Henry Harvey remembered how terrible the loss of Blackhoof was to the tribe at this difficult time. He and his family hurried from his farm near Wapakoneta to the cabin where the dead chief was laid out. In front of the cabin door, the tribe's best hunters had piled up wild game, including 20 deer and numerous turkeys, while the women had brought bread. All this would be eaten at the feast that would follow the burial. Inside the cabin, the chief's body, which was wrapped in a new Indian blanket, lay on a stone slab. Around him were all the gifts his people had brought for him: calico, leather belts, and ribbon. They had carefully placed his prized possessions, including his gun, tomahawk, knife, and pipe, nearby. Harvey later recalled the awful silence among the Shawnee as they kept their eyes firmly fixed on the dead chief who lay motionless before them. Not one word was spoken for hours, he later wrote in his history of the tribe. The Shawnee seemed like children who had lost their only parent and now had no one to look out for them. When the time came for the burial, 4 young men carefully lifted the chief's body and carried him out of the cabin. The new head chief, John Perry, the aged father of the younger Perry who had gone west with the prophet, came next with the other chiefs following behind him in single file. Then Harvey and his wife followed without their baby, who was left behind with a Shawnee woman. She would make sure that the child did not cry out and disturb the burial. Finally, the rest of the Shawnee came along behind them. Together they stood in silence at the burial site. Once the chief had been laid in the ground with wooden planks placed around him like a coffin, John Perry took out a bag of tobacco seeds. Starting at the chief's head and walking around the grave, he cast the seeds on the body. Silently and in single file, the Shawnee and the Harvey family headed back to Wapakoneta. Before leaving for home later that evening, Henry Harvey tried to reassure the tribe that the government would not take their land away from them. No matter what Colonel Gardner had said, the Shawnee had done everything the Americans asked of them since the ending of the War of 1812. The United States would honor its treaties with the tribe and let the Shawnee stay in Ohio. 7. What Harvey did not know was that the decision to remove the Shawnee had already been made, not just in the broad strokes of the president's vision, but right down to the last penny, as planned by John Eaton, Jackson's close friend and his first Secretary of War. With the Seneca Treaty acting as the foot in the door for the remaining negotiations in Ohio, John Eaton had given Gardner even more detailed mathematical calculations to follow when negotiating treaties with the remaining Ohio tribes, including the Shawnee. There would be no exchange of territory, as the Removal Act had mandated. Instead, the tribes would sell their land to the government, which would then open the land to Americans for sale and settlement. Once a tribe's land was sold, the government would deduct anywhere from 62.5 to 70 cents for every dollar made for expenses related to settling the Indians in their new home across the Mississippi. The remaining 30 to 37.5 cents could be given immediately to the tribe, but more likely the money would be placed in the sinking fund that Gardner had described to the Shawnee. The government would then have 30 years to pay back the principal to the tribes. According to Eaton's formula, the tribes could sell hundreds of thousands of acres and receive not one penny in the process. He assured Gardner that all this was being done at the pleasure of Congress, and so reminded himself that, under the Constitution of the United States, the House of Representatives and the Senate would have to be involved in Indian removal, even though the act gave full power to the President to oversee the process. 8. Eaton and his staff in the War Department had carefully charted out for Gardner how many people and how much land would be involved in the removal of the Ohio tribes. They plotted out all the information so carefully that Gardner need only look at the charts he carried with him as he headed for the Shawnee reserves to know what was at stake. The charts also listed blankets, plows, hoes, axes, and guns, which the Shawnee and the other tribes would receive. In the end, the tally of goods required to transfer the Indians west of the Mississippi came to $10,000. Another $60,000 would have to be added to the total for daily rations on the long trip west. Eaton estimated this cost based on $30 per head, an amount that Jackson thought fair and often warned his War Department never to exceed. 9. Since the government would have the added expense of negotiating the treaties that removed the tribes, Eaton calculated another $74,000 would be necessary, at a rate of 20 cents per acre. This brought the total of removing the Ohio tribes to $134,000. The War Department had also promised Gardner $5 per diem plus another $3 for every 20 miles he traveled. Giving him a last warning to practice strict economy, Eaton told Gardner that he could draw up to another $2,000 from the War Department. This would boost the cost of the removal of the Ohio tribes to at least $136,000. With only $500,000 allocated for removal of all the tribes in the Indian Removal Act, Eaton had already granted close to 37% of the appropriated funds to send only 1,600 souls west from Ohio. If someone in Jackson's administration was paying attention to the cost of removing the Ohio tribes as the test case for overall removal, they would have seen that the bill for sending the larger southern tribes west, most specifically the Cherokee, would climb into the millions of dollars. Still, in the end, the government hoped to recover any losses accrued from removing the tribes from Ohio and elsewhere by selling their surrendered reserves at $1 to $2 per acre. When all the balance sheets were tallied, the tribes would have paid for their passage west, and the president would be assured of making a tidy profit for his nation. 10. Not long after the death of Black Hoof, Colonel Gardner arrived back at Lewistown, determined to write a treaty with the Indians there before moving on to Wapakoneta. He promised the Shawnee and Seneca a 60,000-acre tract along the Neosho River lying near the tracks of the Seneca of Sandusky and the Cherokee. On July 20, 1831, 13 chiefs, headmen, and warriors of the mixed band, as it was commonly known, made their marks on a treaty giving up their land in Ohio forever. Out of the proceeds of the sale of their reserve at Lewistown, the government would furnish a sawmill and a grist mill and hire a blacksmith for the Shawnee and Seneca on their new reserve. The government would also use the profits to pay for the move and support both tribes for 1 year. Supplies, including blankets, plows, hoes, axes, rifles, horse gear, and tents, would likewise be provided out of the sale of their land back east. They would also receive $6,000 for improvements made on their Ohio reserve, but this, too, would be taken out of the profits from the sale of their land. Once they arrived in their new home, they could take possession of the reserve, knowing that it belonged in fee simple to them and their heirs forever as long as they remained a tribe. They could never sell the land to individuals, but instead could only sell it in total to the government. The Shawnee and Seneca demanded only a few things during the negotiations. One was to honor their Indian agent and interpreter, Colonel James McPherson. He had been captured during the American Revolution and lived among the Indians for over 50 years. He was married to a white woman who had been raised as a captive of the Seneca, and both were much beloved by the local tribes for their generosity to the Indians at their trading post in Lewistown. This was the main reason why the Shawnee and Seneca asked that Colonel McPherson be given a half-section of land at Lewistown in the treaty that removed them from Ohio. 11 An adopted son, Henry McPherson, of the mixed band got 160 acres. Finally, Martin Lane, the interpreter who had helped the Seneca and Delaware on their trip west and who was married to a quarter-blood Seneca woman, would be granted 160 acres, the exact location of which would be chosen by President Jackson. 12. Colonel Gardner headed next to Wapakoneta, where on August 8, 1831, 21 chiefs of the remaining Shawnee signed a treaty nearly identical to the one just signed by the mixed band. One of the major differences dealt with where the Shawnee would be going. They would give up their 2 reserves in exchange for 100,000 acres within the 50-mile square grant given to the Missouri Shawnee along the Kansas River. If this land was already settled, then the president would choose another 100,000 acres right next to the Missouri Shawnee. Another difference included an advance of $13,000 for improvements made at Wapakoneta and Hog Creek, along with the promise of specific types of tools for building and proper scythes for harvesting wheat. The Shawnee also requested that Francis Dutch Hookay be granted the land assigned to him in previous treaties and that Joseph Parks, a quarter-blood Shawnee who had been the tribe's interpreter, be given 640 acres of their surrendered land in Ohio. They asked that money be set aside for their relatives living near the Huron River in Michigan in case they ever wanted to come west. Like their kinsmen at Lewistown, the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and Hog Creek would be granted land in Kansas as a fee simple, meaning they could hold this land forever as long as they remained a tribe. They, too, could not sell their land to any individual, but only to the government. 13. Gardner headed next to a council with the Ottawa at Maumee Bay. He was particularly interested in removing the Ottawa from their two reserves along the Auglaize River Valley just north of the Shawnee in Wapakoneta. Gardner knew that many Ottawa were intermarried with the Shawnee living farther south and would hopefully want to go west with their relatives. On August 30, 1831, 24 Ottawa chiefs agreed to surrender the 3-mile square tract at Aquanox's village on the Auglaize and the 5-mile square tract at Old Tawa Town on Blanchard's Fork, whose use they had been granted by the treaty at the foot of the rapids in 1817. In exchange, the tribe would receive a 34,000-acre tract south or west of the reserve of the Shawnee from Missouri and Ohio on the Kansas River. It would be granted by patent in fee simple and belong to the Ottawa as long as they remained a tribe. The chiefs also agreed to give up their reserves at Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids in the upper Maumee River Valley in exchange for 40,000 acres right next to the reserve of the Ottawa from the Auglaize River. Gardner promised that the Ottawa would receive a profit from the sale of the 21,760 acres that they had just surrendered after 70 cents per acre was deducted from the total to pay for the tribe's removal to the west and to settle all debts with local traders listed in the treaty. They would also receive blankets, rifles, axes, plows, horse gear, and tents as gifts from the government. For the moment, only the Ottawa living at the two villages on the Auglaize promised to move west. The rest of the tribe would remain on their reserves near the mouth of the Maumee or at 3 temporary reserves set up by the removal treaty where they would be allowed to stay for 3 years. One reserve was a section of 640 acres granted to Chief Wabigakake near the mill of the tribe's friend Peter Manor. The second was a section and a half of 960 acres set aside for Mukwiana, also known as Bearskin, below Wolf Rapids. The third reserve was a river island, near where Bearskin was growing corn. Whether the Ottawa living on these temporary reserves would be forced to go west in 3 years was not mentioned in the treaty. 14. While Colonel Gardner was working out the deal with the Ottawa, Henry Harvey convinced the Shawnee that the treaties they had just signed were fraudulent. He was certain that Gardner had lied to them and that the government would overturn the agreements if the Shawnee brought the facts to the attention of Jackson's administration. John Johnston agreed and wrote an angry letter to Lewis Cass complaining that the tribe had not realized what they were signing. He accused Gardner of failing to pay the Shawnee for the many horses stolen by settlers and offering them far less for their improvements than they were actually worth. In the fall of 1831, with the encouragement of both Harvey and Johnston, the tribe gathered in a council in Richmond, Indiana. They chose a delegation to present their case before the president. In the first week of December, John Perry and several other chiefs along with Henry Harvey arrived in Washington and met with the new Secretary of War, Lewis Cass, who had replaced John Eaton just 1 day after the treaty with the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and Hog Creek had been signed. 15. Cass had been getting reports from Ohio that Gardner was incompetent and often arrived at treaty negotiations completely drunk. Charges of corruption and drunkenness had plagued Gardner's political career for some time. In 1825, the Ohio House of Representatives denied him a seat after a challenger claimed he made improper campaign promises. Right after Jackson's election, Gardner had been nominated for a position in the land office in Tiffin, but after several Ohio politicians complained of his excessive drinking, he was not confirmed. John McLean, then the Postmaster General and later a Justice of the Supreme Court, described Gardner as frequently drunk and on one occasion so inebriated that he fell off his horse and had to ride in a wagon load of corn. Both the Scioto Gazette, Chillicothe, and Columbus, Ohio Monitor censured Gardner's character and his methods. Secretary Cass urged the president to review the treaties, but Jackson answered that the Shawnee should fare no better than any other tribe. The Senate did review the treaties and the charges against Gardner. A leading force behind the investigation was Ohio's newly elected Senator Thomas Ewing, a dedicated anti-Jacksonian. However, the Senate, firmly under the control of Jackson's followers, decided that while Gardner might have been a bit overzealous, the treaties were still valid. 16. The Shawnee might have turned again to Lewis Cass for help if they had not found their old friend greatly changed. The man who had negotiated the treaties to win them their last reserves in northwest Ohio and who had studied their culture so diligently was now the leading architect of their removal. Cass had come to the conclusion that the Indians would never survive surrounded by the white man, who brought drink, debt, and many other miseries to the tribes. They must go west to the country past Missouri, where hundreds of thousands of acres of bountiful land would provide a good life for them. He dismissed the accomplishments of the many tribes living on their reserves in the eastern states, including Ohio, as the work of mere half-breeds. The purebred Indian had a resistance to the civilized life, which must be recognized and fostered. Once the tribes were across the Mississippi, the Indians should be allowed to continue in their old ways while slowly learning new ones from the white man, such as farming cash crops, raising livestock, and educating their children. Cass had ignored any evidence to the contrary that the eastern tribes were well on their way to a civilized life just as Jackson had done. There would be no turning back on the issue of removal for either man. 17. Since he had assumed office, after most of Andrew Jackson's cabinet had resigned over Peggy Eaton, the scandalous wife of the former Secretary of War, Cass had crafted detailed plans to make the emigration of the tribes, the word the president preferred to use rather than removal, run like clockwork. Jackson had chosen Cass in part because he was an excellent writer who could lay out the case for the administration's Indian removal policy to the public and, even more important, to the courts. He also knew Cass was an able administrator from his long service as the governor of the Michigan Territory. At first, Cass asked the president specific questions about Indian removal in the hopes of discussing the administration's plans before implementing them. But Jackson grew impatient with his new Secretary of War. He expected Cass to work out the details of the policy that he had pushed through Congress and then move the tribes westward as quickly and economically as possible without further discussion. 18. Cass got the message and went to work in the late summer and early fall of 1831, restructuring all matters dealing with the Indians in the War Department. The Congress had done away with the position of Superintendent of Indian Trade when it closed down the government trading posts. Thomas McKenney, the last superintendent, had stayed on in the Office of Indian Affairs to oversee dealings with the tribes until 1830. Secretary of War John Eaton, who preferred making all the decisions related to the tribes himself, had replaced McKenney with Samuel S. Hamilton, a former clerk in the War Department. When Cass took over as Secretary of War from Eaton, he recommended that Congress appoint a Commissioner of Indian Affairs. Congress agreed, and in July 1832 Albert Herring, a lawyer and former judge from Connecticut who happened to be a close personal friend of Secretary Cass, became the first Commissioner of Indian Affairs with a salary of $3,000 per year. 19. In an effort to win greater support for removal, especially after the disastrous first round of the emigration of the Choctaw, a tribe that would eventually lose 2,500 people, or 1/6 of their nation, Cass established a commission to explore the country across the Mississippi River, where the Indians would live. He chose Governor Montfort Stokes of North Carolina to head the commission. Stokes was the father-in-law of William B. Lewis, a close friend of Jackson since their days fighting together against the British and Indians on the southern frontier. Cass also chose Reverend John Freeman Schermerhorn, a Protestant minister from New York known for his missionary work among the tribes, and Henry Ellsworth, the twin brother of Congressman William Ellsworth of Connecticut who had fought so valiantly to defeat the Indian removal bill in the House. Cass picked the last two men specifically because they were from the North, where opposition to Indian removal remained high. Cass hoped that the commissioners would return with glowing reports of the western country, thus turning public opinion in favor of removal. 20. Yet Cass put his best efforts into creating a more precise organization for Indian removal. He was fully aware of the suffering endured by the Choctaw and the Seneca, the first two tribes to head west since the Indian Removal Act was approved. He believed that better planning at the start would make removal easier for everyone. Above all else, the Indians must be supplied with everything they needed on the long trek to their new homes. For this reason, he placed the Commissary General of Subsistence, the chief officer in charge of purchasing and issuing all supplies for the U.S. Army, in charge of Indian removal. Below him, special agents would be appointed to manage the emigration of specific tribes. These officials would be responsible for determining the route west for their charges, making sure they had a just regard to economy and the health and comfort of the Indians. They must also keep perfect records of each decision made, especially regarding expenses. Next, a dispersing agent would be appointed. He would be a U.S. Army officer responsible for paying the bills from funds drawn directly from the Commissary General's office. A conducting agent, usually referred to as the conductor, would then be chosen to organize removal in the field. He would call the Indians together at a specific time and place, instructing them in punctuality and giving them up to 2 weeks to get organized. He would then hire an enrolling agent, who would keep a record of heads of the Indian households along with their age and sex. The conductor would also keep a diary of his own, called a Journal of Occurrences, which would begin on the day he left with his tribe for the western country and end on the day he arrived with his tribe in their new home across the Mississippi. 21. After Secretary Cass had set up the management hierarchy, he went on to organize details of the tribe's actual removal. The special agent in charge of removal would be given power to hire even more people, including property appraisers, interpreters, and collectors, who would be paid per diem to help round up stray Indians. He would also inform the Indians under his charge about the goods they could take west. While the government would provide wagons for the journey, each one could only carry 500 pounds of goods, calculated at 10 pounds each per 50 people. Clothing, bedding, and small cooking utensils would be the only items allowed west. Everything else, like wooden furniture or heavy farm equipment, must be left behind. These items would be sold at a public auction along with any improvements that individual Indians had made on their land. This, too, would all be calculated in advance, with asking prices set at the current market value for all their cleared and fenced-in fields, apple and peach orchards, and finally cabins, barns, and other buildings. All livestock, such as horses, cows, and pigs, would be sold as well. Once everything was packed, only people too young or too infirm would be allowed to ride in a wagon or on a horse. Everyone else would be required to walk hundreds of miles west to their new homes across the Mississippi. They would be fed along the way, with the government providing 1 1/4 pounds of fresh meat or 3/4 of a pound of salted meat and 1 pound of flour or 3/4 of a quart of cornmeal per person each day. 22. Before Henry Harvey and the Shawnee leaders arrived back in Ohio from their trip to Washington, the Lewiston Band had sold all their goods in anticipation of moving west. They had already left their reserve and were camped just north of their old village, hoping to start their journey as soon as possible. But when they learned from the Wapakoneta band of the tribe that a Senate investigation was underway, which left the recent treaties with the Shawnee in limbo, they worried about how they would feed themselves. Where could they plant corn to live on if their removal to the west was delayed until the spring of 1832 or even later? They would have to survive the approaching winter on handouts from the Shawnee of Wapakoneta or their old friend John Johnston. Gardner did not receive further instructions from Lewis Cass until May 1832, when he was told to take immediate steps to remove the Shawnee, Seneca, and Ottawa from Ohio. He was ordered to get the tribes ready for departure sometime in late summer or early fall. They must definitely leave before the winter set in. As the special agent in charge of the emigration, Gardner was to pay close attention to which bands were leaving and in what order, what routes they would be taking west, how many men would be needed to move them, and above all else, how much the trip would cost. As Cass explained, economy in all arrangements and disbursements is indispensable and a strict attention will be required to the instructions. 23 Gardner did as he was told, but as he went among the tribes preparing them to rendezvous at Lewistown by September at the latest, he increasingly sympathized with them. After all the pressure he had put on them to sign the removal treaties, followed by the humiliation of a Senate investigation into his behavior, he now took their side in every disagreement with Jackson's administration. In contrast to the correspondence of other agents working at the same time to remove the Southern tribes, Gardiner's letters to the War Department were filled with increasing demands made on behalf of the Shawnee. 24. First, Colonel Gardiner defended the Shawnees' request to go west by land and not by water. He carefully laid out the reasons why the tribe wanted this for Secretary Cass. The Shawnee were worried that their children would fall overboard and drown in the Ohio River. They also knew how dangerous steamboats could be, so they had no desire to move by fire. The boilers that ran round the clock to make the steam that turned the big paddle wheels could explode and skin everyone alive. Passengers on deck would die in the same way the white man cleans his hogs. Gardiner added there was yet another more delicate reason why the Shawnee refused to go by steamboat. As he explained, their native modesty revolts at the thought of using public toilets right out in front of everybody on deck. But most of all, the Shawnee would not go by water because they would not leave their horses behind them. The memory of the misery experienced by the Seneca of Sandusky, who just a year prior had watched as their beautiful stallions, marais, and ponies were sold off for pennies on the dollar, still haunted the Shawnee. The tribe had over 500 horses, and they were determined to take them along. 25. When Gardiner relayed their demand to travel overland, the War Department and the Office of the Commissary General both objected. Secretary Cass was worried that the Shawnee wanted to go west on horseback in order to join the uprising of Chief Black Hawk in Illinois. George Gibson, the Commissary General of the U.S. Army, worried about rising costs and the fact that the President was adamant that the Shawnee travel by water. Gardiner again defended the tribe. He told Cass that the Shawnee were loyal to the government and would even fight for the United States if called upon against the Sac and Fox. He made the case to the Commissary General that traveling by land would be just as economical as traveling by water. Gibson answered that the President would have to make this decision himself, and at the moment he could not be reached since he was on his way back to Tennessee. Gardiner waited for the answer. At the last minute, Jackson changed his mind. This was in fact the only time in the long story of the removal of the eastern tribes across the Mississippi that he ever decided in favor of a request from the emigrants, as the Indians were now called. Writing from the Hermitage in Tennessee, the President agreed that the Shawnee could go west, down the Fifth Trail of Tears out of Ohio, on horseback, as long as the overall cost of their removal remained $20 a head. 26. After Gardiner finally got Jackson's approval to take the tribes west by land, he planned to send the mixed band of Seneca and Shawnee first, letting them get a day or two ahead of the rest. Then the Ottawa and finally the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and Hog Creek would follow after them. By stretching the Indians out in this way, he hoped there would be no problems arising from rivalry among the tribes. But laying out the actual route that was best to take was much more difficult for Gardiner. At first he thought simply in terms of going from Lewistown to Indianapolis, down to Evansville on the Wabash, back up to Vandalia in south-central Illinois, and across the Mississippi to St. Louis. But then he plotted out a more careful route, county by county, through Indiana and Illinois. The long caravan would still start at Lewistown, but it would head southwest to Greenville, the place where Blackhoof and so many other chiefs had formally given up the fight against the Americans 1 year after Fallen Timbers, and then head some 10 miles across the state line into Wayne County, Indiana. The tribes would continue southwest into Rush County, and after that into Shelby County, where they would cross the Big Blue River. From there they would head through Morgan County until they met the White River. The many bands of Indians, stretching out for some 80 miles, would follow the White River southwest through Owen County. Once they made it to Johnson County, they would then head due west, crossing first the Eel River and then the Wabash into Illinois. Reaching Crawford County, they would pass through the state to Vandalia, where they would pick up the National Road and follow it through Bond and Madison counties toward the Mississippi. Once there, they would board ferries that would take them over to St. Louis. William Clark would then step in and direct them to their new homes along the Kansas or Neosho Rivers. 27. As he struggled to determine the best route to the west, Colonel Gardner also worried that the Indians might run out of food for themselves and fodder for their horses before they got there. He knew that the administration had calculated the cost of rations down to the last penny. Convincing the president or his Secretary of War to allocate more money for food would be difficult. He had already received many War Department letters reprimanding him for going into too much detail about his decision-making. Government officials were only interested in how quickly and cheaply he could move the tribes west and nothing more. With all this in mind, he turned for help to Colonel McPherson, whom he had come to know at his trading post at Lewistown. McPherson thought the rations proposed by the government were more in keeping with what soldiers usually got. He reminded Gardner that during the War of 1812, Indians were given much more food than soldiers. In fact, they were given as much food as they wanted. For the long walk to Kansas and Oklahoma, he guessed they would need 1½ pounds of flour, 1½ pounds of fresh meat or 1 pound of salted meat, and 1 quart of corn per person each day. Gardner detailed this in a letter to Secretary Cass, hoping the information would be forwarded to the president. But while Jackson had changed his mind about going by horseback, there would be no change about rations or anything else. The Indians would have to make do with the rations already allocated to them, and their horses would have to find extra fodder in the cornfields along the way. 28. Gardner found his troubles multiplying as the time for the Indians' departure drew near. As he explained to the Commissary General, the whites are at times worse than the Indians. He was astounded at the local traders, who descended on the tribes like locusts coming upon fields of ripe grain. They demanded immediate payment of all debts, which in turn led Gardner to ask the government to pay the tribes their yearly annuities before they left for their new reserves across the Mississippi. The whiskey traders who came into the Indian villages, hoping to make big profits from the tribes, were even worse. Gardner complained that if he dispersed them on one day, they would be back on the next. He knew they would follow the wagon trains west, and that every night, once the tribes had made camp, the traders would be selling their homemade brew. They would not be satisfied, he complained, unless they could filch the Indians out of their last dollar. He assured the War Department that he would get the Shawnee, Seneca, and Ottawa safely out of Ohio, but he would need additional supplies and manpower, such as wagons with better horses and oxen, and more men, especially experienced wagon masters and strong workers who could build roads and clear paths to the west. He even demanded a doctor, explaining that the Indians were anxious for a medicine man to accompany them. Every request that Gardner made, after his first request for the tribes to go on horseback, was turned down. 29. As he finalized the last details of the removal of the tribes, Gardner came into open conflict with Colonel John F. Lane, the U.S. Army officer who had been appointed dispersing agent. Lane could not accept that Gardner had won the right for the Indians to go west on horseback. He let the War Department know that he considered this foolhardy. He complained that the tribes had failed to plant crops, so they would be bringing no extra supplies with them. He also said they might not be able to find much more food by hunting on the planned route west. He worried that Indiana and Illinois were just as settled as Ohio, and that little game would be found there. Finally, how could all these people, especially old women, some of whom were over 100 years old, and children, be expected to ride to Kansas on horseback? How would their horses, especially Marrays and colts, find enough fodder to survive? Going by steamboat, even if this meant selling off the horses at the docks, would have been more sensible. 30. When Lane finally accepted the fact that the Indians were determined to go by horseback, he demanded that Gardner call a council in Wapakoneta, so he could propose his own overland route to the west. Gardner gathered the chiefs together and let Lane speak to them at length about the better way to Kansas. They listened patiently to his flowery speech that outlined a route starting at Bellefontaine and continuing through Urbana, Xenia, Lebanon, and Lawrenceburg. As they passed through these fine towns, they would see many fine homes and meet many white people. The chiefs listened politely and asked for another council on the next day. This time Lane sat quietly, waiting for their response to his speech. Chief Wawulipi, speaking for the whole group, reminded Lane, who was only 22, that all the chiefs were old men. They had been in councils with the likes of Governor Lewis Cass and their old friend John Johnston. "Tell the president," he concluded, "we don't do business with boys." The crowd burst into laughter, much to the shame of Lane, who did not say a word, but left immediately for Lewistown to the great merriment of the chiefs. 31. By the third week of September 1832, Colonel Gardner was finally ready to lead the mixed band of Shawnee and Seneca from Lewistown, the Ottawa from the Auglaize River Valley, and the Shawnee from Wapakoneta and Hog Creek west to their new homes across the Mississippi. As a final precaution before the journey, he made sure all the Indians were vaccinated against smallpox. He also spent whatever funds were necessary to outfit the wagon trains with enough food for the people and fodder for the horses, hopefully to make the long trip to Kansas and Oklahoma. He spent so much cash, in fact, that the caravan would probably be out of money before reaching its final destination. He did not seem to mind and continued to send demands to the administration for help that would make the trip easier for the tribes, all of which were promptly ignored. A good party man, Gardner never complained about Jackson's treatment of him and instead looked upon his assignment as a reward for his loyalty to the president. He often boasted that hundreds of other office seekers tried for his post, but he got the job because Jackson had such confidence in him. Daniel Donahue, Gardner's 21-year-old nephew who had been hired as the assistant conductor for the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown, was fond of saying that his uncle was a whole hog Jacksonian, right down to the sows and little piglets. 32. In contrast to Gardner's determination to get the caravan moving, the Indians, especially the Shawnee of Wapakoneta, did everything in their power to delay their departure, which was now set for September 18. Sometimes the chiefs went hunting and did not come back for days. At other times, they decided to get drunk, with most of the men and many women joining them. Even when Gardner and his assistants could keep the whites out of their camp, the Shawnee went off on their own to buy whiskey from local farmers and traders. Funerals were another way that the Indians delayed their departure. The ceremonies now extended for many days as the tribes remembered their dead. One of the saddest funerals came right before the planned departure date. Mrs. McPherson, the wife of Colonel McPherson, had come down with the measles and died suddenly of an apoplectic fit in mid-September. The shock was great for the Shawnee and Seneca, who mourned her passing, and was even worse for Colonel McPherson, who resigned his post as conductor for the removal of the Lewistown band. Gardner hired Daniel Workman, McPherson's son-in-law, and Judge John Shelby, a local politician who had moved north from Kentucky, to take over as the conductors for the Lewiston band. Then he waited for the tribes to finish their mourning, reminding them that they must leave soon or face the prospect of traveling on the western prairies in winter. 33. As determined as he was to get the tribes moving, Colonel Gardner had come to understand the ways of the Indians as time went on. He was especially sympathetic when they took time to go among the many graves of their dead, taking down the wooden fences and leveling the ground around them, so that no sign would be left behind once they had departed for the west. But the many assistants Gardner had hired to help him were less sympathetic, at least at first. They especially did not understand why the Indians had to spend so much time dancing. For young American men on the western frontier, dancing was a pleasant pastime, but for the tribes, it was the most important way of expressing their beliefs as a group. What church-going was to the whites, dancing was to the Indians, and all ancient dances must be performed one last time before leaving Ohio. First came the war dance, which the warriors always performed before leaving their villages to go fight. They stripped down to their breechcloths, and painted their bodies with fantastic shapes of monsters and serpents. They whooped and howled to the delight of the Indians, but at the cost of frightening the conductors, who were waiting to take them west. Next was the victory dance, performed when warriors returned to their villages. The women joined in the dance, singing about the bravery of their men. As beautiful as this dance was, the conductors learned that the Dance of the Dead was the most important. It was traditionally done every year in the fall, but now must be done in mid-September, right before the tribes left Ohio. Long into the night, they sang of everyone who had died, remembering their best qualities and hoping these traits would be passed on to the living members of the tribe. 34. On the morning of September 18, 1832, the dances were done. All the wooden houses built over the graves were dismantled and the burial mounds leveled. Even if the Indians were far away in Kansas and Oklahoma, no one would trample down the resting places of their relatives and ancestors. Now it was time to set off on the 800-mile trek west. The mixed band of Seneca and Shawnee, numbering about 250 people, would lead, with about 100 Ottawa following next, and the 450 Shawnee of Wapakoneta would come last. The Shawnee of Hog Creek, around 80 people, mainly women and children who were devoted to the Quaker missionaries, refused to go with the band from Wapakoneta, saying they were all drunkards. They promised to go west in the following spring under the leadership of John Park. He had acted as their interpreter during the treaty negotiations with the Americans, and would eventually become the tribe's head chief. 35. David Robb, one of the conductors for the Shawnee of Wapakoneta, remembered when the Indians were signaled to leave. A very old man carrying a large gourd with a deer's leg bones tied around its neck, whom Robb called a high priest, mounted his horse and rode to the front of the long line of wagons. The priest gave out a blast on a large shell, the kind that Ohio's tribes once used to call their people to the council houses at the center of their villages, and then the horses and wagons, stretching 8 miles, headed toward Piqua and Greenville. The chiefs followed behind the old priest at the front. Most rode horseback, including a 105-year-old white woman who had been kidnapped by the Shawnee a century earlier in Greenbrier, Virginia. Some of the younger women and children walked beside the wagons, while only the sick and very old rode inside the wagons. 36. Colonel Gardner, along with his conductors and assistants, rode horseback beside the chiefs. They planned to rouse the Indians by 5 o'clock every morning. Breakfast, prepared by the women, would consist of meat and bread, and then the caravans would move out along the roads west until 3 or 4 in the afternoon, when they would stop and make camp, and the men would set up tents while the women cooked meat and bread for supper. Colonel Lane, the dispersing agent, would deliver daily rations of beef, bacon, and flour, and buy or arrange for fodder for the horses while on the caravan route. By 9 o'clock, the camp retired in order to wake early. At this pace, Colonel Gardner hoped to make about 20 miles a day, thereby arriving in Kansas and the Indian Territory before winter set in. 37. The Shawnee made 2 sad stops along their route. The first came at Henry Harvey's farm, the Quaker missionary who had tried so valiantly to save them. Harvey found it almost unbearable to say goodbye to his friends he had known since childhood. He was haunted by one simple question: how could these people, who reared up dwellings with their own hands, planted orchards, and raised cattle, horses, and hogs, just as the government had long demanded, now be forced, contrary to their will, into the barren West? The Indians had many questions for him. How would they survive, especially their women and children, on the long march west? Even if they arrived safely in Kansas and Oklahoma, how would they survive their first winter on the plains? And since the Americans took their Ohio land, which they had worked so hard to improve, wouldn't they do the same across the Mississippi? Harvey could answer none of these questions, but promised to follow the Shawnee west to Kansas in the following year and build a mission on their new reserve. The second stop came south of Lewistown at Piqua, where they said goodbye to John Johnston and his family one last time. Johnston's farm was laid out on the site of an old Shawnee town where Tecumseh once lived. There was a cool spring here, and Johnston had built a small cabin over it, where people could come and rest in the heat of summer. Leaving the scenes of their youth and the places where many of their dead lay buried brought the Shawnee and Colonel Johnston to tears. 38. The fears that the Indians had about the long trip ahead of them came true right after they left Lewistown. The weather changed dramatically, with the clear days of late summer giving way to the driving rains of early autumn. The conductors, who were required by Secretary Cass to keep daily journals, recorded the misery that came with the rain. Wagons broke down and people became sick, some at first with bad colds and dysentery, but later with terrible coughs that turned out to be consumption. The conductors noticed that one group of emigrants bore their hardships better than the rest. Buoying everyone's spirits, remarkably, were the Indian women who gave birth along the way. One day they would climb into wagons to have their babies, and the next they were walking beside the wagons, smiling at their newborns in their arms. The conductors were struck at the cheerfulness of the Indian mothers and commented that white women would not be so pleasant under similar circumstances. When death came among the Indians, though the conductors might grumble that the caravan would be delayed westward for an hour or so to make time for burials, they were moved at the sight of tears rolling down a mother's face as her angel was laid in the ground along with as many small gifts as could be spared. As Judge Shelby explained in his journal, this was a melancholy spectacle, seeing the tribes scatter the bones of their children along the way just as they had left the bones of their fathers behind. 39. Just as troubling was the drunkenness that plagued the wagon train. If the chiefs wanted whiskey, they got it from any town they passed, taking most of their people with them. But just as frequently settlers came out from the towns and farms along the way to sell whiskey to the tribes. Right after the Indians set up their tents and were cooking supper, the locals would arrive at the edges of the camp with whiskey for sale. Colonel Gardner was stunned when even some Quakers showed up to sell whiskey. Night after night, he rounded up the white traders and threw them and their whiskey out of the camp. By the time the caravan crossed into Indiana, Gardner enlisted several young Shawnee to act as guards around the camp. Their job was to send the whiskey traders packing as soon as they emerged from the surrounding woods. This did some good, but if the chiefs decided they needed whiskey, they still left their camps at night and headed with their people into the nearby towns to buy some. 40. Things went from bad to worse when the caravan traveled from Richmond, Indiana, to the state capital, Indianapolis. The roads in Indiana were particularly bad and the rain seemed never to stop. Gardner ordered that 4 horses, not the usual 3, should pull every wagon through the ruts and the mud. On some mornings, the chiefs refused to move, saying they would wait for good weather so their people and their horses would have a chance to recover from the downpours. They also halted the caravan if the wagons were too far apart on the trail. This gave families a chance to catch up with one another. The Ottawa were usually a day behind the Shawnee and Seneca from Lewistown, while the Shawnee from Wapakoneta were yet another day behind them. There were times when the wagons were so strung out that people went without food for a day or more waiting for Colonel Lane's supply wagons, loaded with meat and flour, to make the rounds to the many encampments. When the Indians settled down for the night and started to prepare their evening meal, the native guards, who had gotten better at keeping the whiskey traders out, struggled to keep the curious away. As Judge Shelby described in his journal, every person from infant to hoary age, male and female from purest white to darkest black, made their way to the Indian camp. From Richmond to Indianapolis and every town in between, local citizens had come out to gawk. The conductors, who now had a grudging respect for their charges, hated the intruders more than the Indians did. One time they told a young Shawnee to speak loudly in his own language to the crowd, which the conductors translated as meaning that the Indians were becoming very angry. Horrified, the townspeople went running for their lives, certain the Indians would attack. 41. More trouble came once the tribes arrived in Indianapolis. Gardner had already spent $10,000 to outfit the wagon train according to the specifications of Jackson's War Department and the desires of the Indians. He found that he was now completely out of money. Strapped for cash, he knew the government had paid the Indians $19,000 from the sale of their land right before they left Ohio. 42. So he borrowed enough money from the chiefs to buy meat and pumpkins, and paid farmers to open their cornfields to the hungry horses of the Indians. Colonel Lane was so angry at Gardner for his mismanagement of funds that he came close to striking him, only stopping himself when he realized hitting an older man would be dishonorable. Lane blamed Gardner for giving the Indians anything they wanted, especially the best horses and most expensive saddles, and was still angry that they were traveling by land rather than water. Furthermore, he was furious that nightly encampments averaged 30 miles apart, making for prolonged travel time while he visited each bivouac, handing out food and helping where needed, like repairing guns and attending to horses. Sometimes the fresh meat he had ready for the next encampment rotted in the wagons before he arrived there. 43. Gardner viewed Lane as an inexperienced upstart just out of West Point who thought he was the superintendent of the removal rather than simply the dispersing agent. He complained to his nephew, Daniel Donahue, who was traveling with the Lewistown band, that Lane was a vain, proud, and self-sufficient man. The colonel had begged Gardner for a position while in Washington, only to turn into an arrogant monster once he arrived in Ohio. Lane let Gardner know right from the start that he would manage his own affairs, according to his own judgment, and would not take advice from anyone. Even though Donahue knew that his hot-tempered uncle could be a taskmaster, he agreed with him wholeheartedly about Lane. 44. The chiefs, who had come to respect Gardner, still thought of Lane as a foolish boy and paid no attention to his complaining. Gardner finally ordered Lane to return to Cincinnati and draw on funds that the War Department had deposited in the Bank of the United States. Lane headed instead to St. Louis, where he borrowed $3,000 from William Clark to buy more meat and flour for the Ohio Indians. Both men wrote letter after letter complaining about the other to Secretary Cass and Commissary General Gibson. The administration decided to send Lieutenant Colonel John J. Abbott, an older, more experienced officer, to keep the peace. After graduating from West Point in 1811, Abbott had worked for a time as a lawyer before rejoining the army in the closing months of the War of 1812. Hopefully his experience as an attorney and a soldier had given him the skills needed to end the quarreling between Gardner and Lane. Abbott was to depart Washington, find the wagon train somewhere between Ohio and St. Louis, and attempt to reconcile the two men. If this was not possible, then he was to assume command of the removal himself. 45. After Colonel Lane left, another problem hit the wagon train, now poised to head down the National Road out of Indianapolis toward Greencastle. Colonel Greenup, the superintendent of the National Road, warned Gardner that people traveling east from Missouri brought frightening news that the cholera epidemic sweeping the nation had reached St. Louis. Cholera, a bacterial infection of the small intestine, caused severe vomiting and diarrhea. People who contracted the disease became dehydrated and often died within hours. The disease had long been known in India, but had only recently spread to Russia and then across the European continent to the British Isles. A ship loaded with immigrants brought the disease to Quebec and Montreal, and from there cholera spread down Lake Champlain to Albany and finally to New York City in the spring of 1832. Cholera may have remained in the East for some time, if not for the fact that in July 1832 American soldiers heading west to fight Black Hawk brought the disease to Detroit, Chicago, and then Prairie du Chien. From Iowa, cholera spread downriver to towns along the Mississippi. 46. No one at the time knew what caused cholera, only that the dreaded disease was often fatal. Gardner decided that the Shawnee of Wapakoneta along with the Ottawa should head for Alton, Illinois, just north of St. Louis, cross the Mississippi, continue overland around the infected city and proceed down the trail toward Kansas. The Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown should head from central Illinois toward the Mississippi, cross the river at Kaskaskia, about 80 miles south of St. Louis, and then travel southwest through Missouri to the Neosho River. Gardner hoped more detailed instructions from Jackson's administration on how to proceed would be waiting for him at Vandalia, the capital of Illinois and an important mail stop on the western highways. 47. When the tribes crossed into Illinois, things seemed to improve, most especially the weather. It was now late October and the rain had finally stopped. The air was cool and the sky was blue. When the long caravan of horses and wagons reached the prairies that stretched all the way west to the Rocky Mountains, the lay of the land was so beautiful that the chiefs made the decision to remain here throughout the winter. Young Daniel Dunihu was just as mesmerized by the grassy plains. He recorded in his diary that you could see a deer a mile or two away. He wrote home about the wonder of the sky and earth meeting in the distance. The horizon seemed to go on forever. Even the fires that burned across the prairies long into the night were a sight to behold. Dunihu was happy to leave the wagon train and head off to hunt with young Indian men. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never hit anything, much to the amusement of the Shawnee and Seneca, who had no trouble bringing deer and turkeys back to camp each night. Yet Colonel Gardner would not let them stop for long. The Illinois prairie country might be welcoming in the late fall but would become a terrible place in the bitter winds and deep snow of winter. The Shawnee, Seneca, and Ottawa must be safely along the Kansas and Neosho rivers by early December at the latest. 48. Even amid improved conditions in Illinois, Gardner continued to worry about cholera in St. Louis. On October 21, he rode along with his nephew Dunihu some 30 miles ahead of the caravan through a rain shower to Vandalia, hoping that letters from the War Department would be waiting for him. But there were none. He knew the letter carriers were about to leave for Louisville, Kentucky, and then head to Washington, so he dashed off a letter to Lewis Cass, telling him that the Indians would be crossing the Mississippi by November 1. He did not ask for more money or supplies, nor did he complain about his dispersing agent. Instead he spoke of the 800 souls, at least half of them women and children, whom he was shepherding through Illinois. What would become of them if, after everything they had already endured, they headed into a cholera epidemic in St. Louis? He told Cass of his plans to avoid the city, and since he had not heard from anyone back east, he said he would write to General William Clark for help. 49. Gardner rode toward the head of the line of wagons and caught up with the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown at a place called Hickory Grove, about 28 miles west of Vandalia. They told him that the Ottawa were about a day away, and the Shawnee of Wapakoneta were another day or two behind them. Gardner was surprised to find two other people in the camp, Lieutenant Colonel Abbott and Colonel Lane. Abbott had been trying to find him for some time. He had arrived in western Ohio just after the tribe's departure and had finally caught up with the front of the caravan just past Vandalia on October 27. Colonel Lane had wagons loaded down with pork and flour. Gardner now realized that neither Cass nor Gibson had sent letters, because they had decided to let Abbott be their eyes and ears. After listening to both men's complaints about the other, Abbott realized that reconciliation was impossible, so he would take over as special agent of the emigration of the Ohio tribes. He asked Gardner to remain with the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and the Ottawa until they crossed the Mississippi River at Alton. He also allowed Gardner to continue to communicate with Secretary Cass and General Clark. Gardner wrote Clark immediately, informing him that despite all the Indians had suffered, their numbers held steady with births making up for the few deaths. Even with the terrible weather and bad roads, everyone remained cheerful. Colonel Lane announced that he would stay on, too, but would head out of Vandalia with the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown. As Gardner had planned, this group would cross the Mississippi at Kaskaskia, and Lane announced that anyone who wanted to ride in a wagon from this point forward would be allowed to do so. 50. The long wagon train, which had only been a day or two apart since leaving western Ohio, now parted company. The Shawnee of Wapakoneta and the Ottawa continued due west for Alton. Once there, they took 2 days to cross the Mississippi River. When they were safely on the other side, Colonel Gardner bid them farewell and headed home to Ohio, where he completed reports required of him by Jackson's administration with a careful eye on accounting for the cost of the trip right down to the last penny. 51 Lieutenant Colonel Abbott was now in charge of the removal of the Shawnee and Ottawa. He soon found removal as difficult as it had been for Gardner. In fact, the journey became more difficult since the mood of the Indians changed dramatically once they crossed the Mississippi. A door seemed to have closed forever on the past, and the future looked more frightening than anyone had imagined. The misery of the Indians grew as they continued along the northern edge of the Missouri River toward Arrow Rock, where the caravan would cross to the south side. The pleasant October weather and beautiful Illinois prairies had given way to the rain and cold of November, and the unpleasant Missouri countryside filled with an unwelcoming people. The citizens of Missouri had supported efforts to rid the state of Indians, pushing eastern tribes like the Shawnee and Delaware farther west to Kansas. They were not interested in helping emigrants pass through their state, especially if they brought cholera with them. The Missouri intelligencer made note of the Indians' fantastic appearance as the long train of prairie schooners rambled by. These sons of the forests were dressed in clothing and ornaments of almost every color and description, yet the reporter admitted that all were well dressed, with nearly all on horseback except for the children who rode in the wagons. Lieutenant Colonel Avert knew how unwelcome his party was in Missouri. He considered the Americans who treated the Indians so badly almost laughable. In most places doors are slammed in our faces, and some are bold enough to peep at us through the windows. Sadly, the only whites who did come out to greet the long Indian wagon train were whiskey traders. The Ottawa were especially susceptible to them. As Avert explained, the Ottawa, when sober, are by far the most orderly and manageable of the whole detachment, but when drunk, he could not control them. But drunk, sober, or sick, he added, we will move them along 52. True to his word, Colonel Avert kept the wagon train moving, averaging 12 to 13 miles a day. He led the Shawnee and Ottawa through rain and mud until November 13, when they halted their caravan, refusing to go any farther. The chief said their people must rest and their women must be given a chance to wash everyone's clothes. Avert soon had them on the move again toward Arrow Rock, but when they arrived they found the Missouri clogged with ice. They had to wait 2 days before ferries could carry them across the river. Once on the other side, the countryside cheered them again for a little while. Beautiful prairies broadened before them, swaying in the warm wind. But overnight the temperature plunged. On November 19, the Shawnee and Ottawa awoke to find snow on the ground. Everything was frozen, including the tents in which they had been sleeping. If this was what Kansas was like, then they could only imagine what misery must be awaiting them. 53. As the wagon train headed into western Missouri, the weather grew steadily colder. The conductors recorded the horror of what the Shawnee and Ottawa were passing through in their daily journals. Dusk was especially terrible, because the night came on so quickly. The Indian women stumbled about in the darkness, digging through snow to find sagebrush to use as firewood. Luckily they still had meat to cook, but there was no flour, therefore no bread to bake. The remaining 300 horses suffered, too, since there was only 20 bushels of corn to feed them. The daytime was no better. Icy wind whipped snow into the Indians' faces, and the cries of freezing children huddled in wagons were terrible to hear. People died at an alarming rate, not just from bad colds, dysentery, and consumption, but from cholera once it struck the Ottawa camp. 54. Also troubling to the conductors were the frontiersmen they met along the way. Were these people truly the leading edge of American civilization? They seemed shiftless and lazy. Even the Mormons, who were living on orderly farms in the western part of Missouri, seemed odd and strangely out of place in this starkly empty country. By the time the wagon train reached Independence, near the state's western border, all were anxious to get out of Missouri and enter Indian country along the Kansas River. 55. By November 30, they were only 14 miles from the first settlement in the tribe's reserve. Misery gave way to excitement. The chiefs rose before dawn and loudly cried to their people to get up and make ready for the day's journey. The wagon masters long remembered that this was the first and only time that they did not have to rouse the Indians. Instead, the Shawnee and Ottawa were urging them to get up and get moving. By early afternoon, they could see the first Shawnee village at the eastern edge of the tribe's reserve. This was called Cornstalkstown and consisted of 16 houses sitting high on a bluff above a creek that ran into the Kansas River. Everyone could see the village ahead of them through the misty rain that fell all day. The conductors swore the Indian population had held steady, meaning that just as many children were born as people had died, yet out of 440 Shawnee who left Wapakoneta, only 334 were accounted for when Abert delivered them to their new reserve. Likewise, of the 100 Ottawa from the Auglaize River Valley who joined them on the long trek west, only 72 arrived in Kansas. Since their reserve was some distance away, the Ottawa decided to stay with the Shawnee at least through the winter. No one could say for certain who had died, how many had been born, and who exactly had made it to Kansas. They only knew that the long migration of these two bands from Ohio was over .56. The Shawnee and Seneca who left Vandalia for the crossing at Kaskaskia arrived at the Seneca Agency on the Cowskin River 2 weeks later. Their journey was better than the one Abert's Indians had taken, at least when they passed through the prairies of southwestern Illinois, and the weather stayed sunny and warm. Distant fires in the night were still a wonder to see, and the conductors and Indian men spent many a late afternoon and early evening hunting for deer and wild turkeys. Daniel Donahue filled his diary, not with tales of misery, but with the beauty of the countryside. He tried his best to describe the land as if he were James Fenimore Cooper. However, the experience of being able to see for miles in all directions was simply beyond words, and he regretted he could not capture the wonder of it all in his letters home. Donahue was also disappointed that he still could not shoot any game, while the Shawnee and Seneca brought many deer back to camp each night, giving their people venison to eat, along with the pork and flour that Colonel Lane had brought from St. Louis. 57. But the mood of the travelers changed as they approached the Mississippi. Once the caravan came to Kaskaskia, the Indians were reluctant to cross the river, and the conductors found the town depressing. Donahue remarked that Kaskaskia could be as prosperous as St. Louis if the French settlers living there had more drive. The wind in Kaskaskia blew so strong out of the west that at first the ferry boat captains refused to take anyone across the Father of Waters. Finally, when the gusts died down, it took 3 days to get the Indians, their horses, and the many wagons over to the other side. Donahue traveled back and forth 20 times, bringing about 2/3 of the Shawnee and Seneca across on the first day and most of the remaining third on the next. On the final day, Donahue found one last unhappy chief unwilling to take his people and their ponies onto the ferries. Somehow he coaxed all of them across the Mississippi, and to his surprise, once everyone was in Missouri, they seemed happy again. The Shawnee and Seneca did not complain or demand whiskey, but instead decided to dance. They started promptly at 7 o'clock on the evening of November 9th. They asked Donahue to join them and then went looking for Colonel Lane to join them too. Donahue forgot for a moment how much he hated Lane and was even tickled to death to see what antic shines he cut up. The men danced in a circle facing each other, with Lane being one of them. This was a courtship dance, so the women danced in an outer ring behind the men. They danced for 3 hours until 10 o'clock, when everyone went off to sleep. 58. As they continued traveling southwest through Missouri, the conductors reported few incidents out of the ordinary. The long caravan stopped once so the Indians could do another dance to ward off witches in their new homeland. The wagons traveled steadily on through late November and early December. The men hunted in the late afternoon and early evening, just as they had done in Illinois. Donahue finally aimed his gun at a fat doe and hit her, much to the delight of the Indians. But their happiness turned to despair when several Seneca from Sandusky, already living in the Indian Territory, rode out to greet the emigrants. They led them toward the valley of the Neosho, but had to turn back because the river was swollen from the autumn rains, and there were no ferries in this part of the country to carry them across. The Shawnee and Seneca from Lewistown, who were supposed to lie north of the Seneca from Sandusky, were even more disappointed when they learned that the government had plotted out their reserve on Cherokee land. They would have to join in the upcoming negotiations with the government to move both reserves east of the Neosho River. Everyone headed back to the Seneca Agency on the Cowskin River, where, on the afternoon of December 18, 3 months to the day since leaving Ohio, the conductors officially handed over the Shawnee and Seneca of Lewistown to the government. While they, too, claimed that births had kept pace with deaths, thus keeping the numbers in the course of the 800-mile trip west steady. Of the 250 Shawnee and Seneca who left Ohio on September 18, only 220 were accounted for. For the moment, no one knew for certain who had died along the way, the number of children born, or the names of the people who had actually made it across the Mississippi. The conductors were also not certain where the Shawnee and Seneca would be living. This was not decided until December 29, when their chiefs, along with the Seneca of Sandusky chiefs, negotiated a new treaty with the government that moved their reserves back across the Neosho. 3 years later, when an official count of the Shawnee and Seneca was finally taken, there were 211 Shawnee and Seneca from Lewistown and 251 Seneca from Sandusky living on reserves north and south of each other between the Neosho River and the western border of Missouri. 59. The men who had brought the Shawnee and Seneca west were now anxious to get back home. Daniel Donahue estimated that they had been gone for nearly 100 days. The journey east would be a quick one. They would cross the Mississippi at St. Louis and then head straight back through Vandalia, Indianapolis, and Richmond to western Ohio. They should arrive by New Year's Day at the latest. But before they left, they made sure to leave the Shawnee and Seneca with as much help as possible, giving them all the public horses, gear, and every tent brought from Ohio. The Shawnee and Seneca would have to live in them until the spring, when they could build houses. The conductors also reminded the Indians that the government would support them for 1 year, starting on the date they arrived on their new reserve. Their annuities would find their way west, too, along with profits from the sale of their land back in Ohio, once the expenses of their emigration were deducted. 60. By the time the conductors arrived back in Ohio, the sale of the Indian reserves was already underway. The government moved the local land office from Piqua to Wapakoneta. Surveyors drew a 6-mile by 6-mile square block around Wapakoneta and Hog Creek and named it Dutch Hookay Township after the French fur trapper whom Gardner had gotten drunk before the treaty negotiations in what seemed like a lifetime ago. Sections of the Hog Creek Reserve were opened for sale in November 1832, even though 80 Shawnee were still living there, while Wapakoneta was subdivided and sold in January 1833. Many farmers moved into the cabins of the Shawnee, and even into the council house where Blackhoof once governed his tribe. If a settler found an apple orchard on his land, he counted this treasure as one more blessing left behind by the Indians. Aquanex's village on the Auglaize would soon become the town of Charlo, while the Ottawa Reserve at Old Tawa Town on Blanchard's Fork would be known as Ottawa. 61. Hundreds of miles away, no one recorded what the Shawnee, Seneca, and Ottawa thought of all they had suffered to make this possible. But if they had, it might have been close to what George Bluejacket, son of the great Shawnee chief Bluejacket, had written down in Wapakoneta right before his people went west. Our tribe is no more a great people. Our old chiefs most all gone. Our warriors sit down most like EKWA, women. We take what our white father gives us. Now we must go to the new land. Soon more times we will have to move again. Soon there will be no more Shawanoes. Our hearts are full of sorrow, for all the tribes. But we will listen to the voice of our Mishimenietoc, good spirit, in the great Metaquegke forest, and he tells his Apete the children, when they all gone from this Melchaasiske, poor land or poor earth, he will lead them to their Wachasiske, good land, where all place is for Indian, where pale face never come. Then poor Indian, once more again may be happy. 62. 9. The passing of the Ottawa. In the summer of 1832, when Colonel James Gardner was making final preparations to remove the Shawnee and Seneca from Wapakoneta and Lewistown and the Ottawa from the Auglaize River Valley, Lewis Cass wrote to George Porter, his successor as the governor of the Michigan Territory, directing him to negotiate a treaty with the Ottawa of the Maumee River Valley to give up their remaining reserves and head with their relatives across the Mississippi. He told Porter that the Ottawa were living on 2 reserves, a 34-square-mile tract on the eastern bank of the Maumee granted to them at the foot of the rapids in 1817, and a 4-mile square tract at Maumee Bay granted at Detroit in 1807, and wanted to join the other Indians who were leaving Ohio for Kansas. For the moment, Cass had forgotten that the Ottawa were also living farther up the Maumee at Roche de Boeuf, Wolf Rapids, and at a nearby river island. Point 1. Cass added an important piece of advice for Porter: do not let the Ottawa, he explained, go west to pick out a new homeland on their own. Nothing could be gained by this delaying tactic, since the American government, not the Ottawa, would decide where the tribe would live. Cass knew that other officials who had tried to discuss removal with the Ottawa, including their former subagent Benjamin Stickney and current subagent James Jackson, always faced the same dilemma. The Ottawa would say they were ready to sell their land and would then ask to go west across the Mississippi to choose the best place for their new home, but they would always change their minds about going, leading everyone to suspect that they would never leave the Maumee River Valley. Point 2. American traders who lived among the Ottawa would have confirmed this. No matter what the tribe told their agents or the War Department, the Ottawa would never willingly abandon their beautiful valley. John Anderson, who ran a trading post on the site of old Fort Miamis, just below the foot of the rapids, said many Ottawa told him that if their land were taken away they would simply wander up and down the Maumee forever. Several bands of the Ottawa had first come into the valley in the 1720s when, like so many other tribes, they needed to escape the crowded conditions around the French fort at Detroit. There were so many Indians living there, anxious to exchange furs for guns, ammunition, cloth, needles, iron pots and pans and blankets, and to receive food throughout the difficult winter months, that the Ottawa could no longer find enough animals to hunt and trade. The Maumee River Valley, with a deep bay at its mouth and whitewater rapids upstream, would provide the tribe with fish and birds for food. The rolling, wooded countryside along its banks was full of otter, deer, fox, mink, and bear, whose skins and pelts could be traded for manufactured goods. Every spring the rich bottomland flooded and was perfect for growing corn, beans, and pumpkins. Point 3. The Ottawa's greatest chief, Pontiac, may well have been born in the Maumee River Valley, probably in 1720. After his confederation against the British failed and he lifted the siege of Detroit in October 1763, he retreated to Missionary Island in the Maumee, where Presbyterians were now growing corn and potatoes to supply their Indian school. Just 1 year later, his family and closest supporters followed him into the valley, where they established 4 villages, one at the mouth of the bay, another at Presque Isle near the rapids of the river, and 2 others at Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids. More Ottawa came from Detroit in the next 20 years and settled farther south along the Auglaize River at Aquanex's Village and Blanchard's Fork. After he finally made peace with the British in a meeting at Oswego, New York, in 1766, Pontiac told them that he had brought his people back to the Maumee for the plentiful wildlife and to keep them safe from liquor, which flowed freely in Detroit. While Pontiac died 3 years later, shot in the back by an Indian in the Illinois country, his most devoted followers remained safe and protected in the riches of the Maumee River Valley. Point 4. British traders soon came among the Ottawa and established posts from just below the foot of the rapids and upriver to the mouth of the Auglaize. The Ottawa, Algonquin for trader, often served as middlemen for the other tribes trading furs in Detroit, now a British fort since the French and Indian War, and bringing back manufactured goods for distribution along the Maumee. When the American Revolution broke out just a decade later, the Ottawa joined the British against the colonists and fought throughout the Ohio River Valley from Pittsburgh to Vincennes. Their villages along the Maumee remained safe throughout the long conflict. Actual fighting came no farther north than the Sandusky Plains, where Colonel Crawford was taken prisoner and executed in June 1782. But the Ottawa were not so lucky after their country was handed over to the Americans in the Treaty of Paris, which ended the Revolution in 1783. Now they were at the center of the fight to preserve the Ohio River as the border between the tribes and the United States. Pontiac's descendants, led by their war chief Igashawa, who lived in the tribe's village at Maumee Bay, were instrumental in defeating the armies of Josiah Harmar and Arthur St. Clair, sent west to defeat the Indian Confederation formed to halt the advance of the Americans across the Ohio. 5. In the year leading up to the Battle of Fallen Timbers, Igishua helped organize the fight against Anthony Wayne. Acting as chief of staff for the Confederated tribes, he sent scouting parties to track Wayne's movements, and kept the lines of communication open between the many Ohio tribes and so coordinated their actions. When Wayne, after nearly 2 years of training his men outside of Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, finally took his army north from Fort Washington in the early fall of 1793, Igishua sent the Ottawa chief Negig, or the Little Otter, south from the Maumee River Valley to harass his supply lines. Negig and his warriors attacked Wayne's army near Fort Jefferson on October 16, killing upwards of 30 soldiers and taking 10 more prisoner. 1 week later Negig delivered the scalps of the murdered soldiers to Igishua at a council at the foot of the rapids. The Ottawas' continuing harassment of Wayne's supply lines forced him to halt his advance into Indian country, and retreat to the huge fort he built at Greenville. Here he waited until the following summer when he continued his advance north into the Maumee River Valley, heading for the newly erected British post at Fort Miami's Point 6. The Ottawa, whose villages had been spared from the fighting during Pontiac's War and the American Revolution, now bore the brunt of Wayne's destruction. He defeated the Confederated tribes and their British allies on August 20, 1794, near the site of Presque Isle, the Ottawa village on the Maumee Rapids just 2 miles south of Fort Miami's, forever known thereafter as Fallen Timbers. He then proceeded to burn to the ground every Ottawa town and all the surrounding fields nearly ripe for harvest, from the foot of the rapids back to the mouth of the Auglaize where he had built Fort Defiance. General Wayne torched every British trading post, too. 1 year later, at Fort Greenville, the Ottawa chiefs from the Maumee River Valley, along with the chiefs of other Confederated tribes, finally made peace with Wayne and the United States. With his people starving, Igishua was the first of 6 Ottawa chiefs from Ohio to make his mark on the Treaty of Greenville. Despite the humiliation of treating with General Wayne, or the Black Snake who never slept as the Indians called him, the Ottawas saw much of their land in the Maumee River Valley restored to them, with the exception of the 12-mile reserve, which was centered at Fort Miami's and included Presque Isle, a 4-mile square reserve at the mouth of Swan Creek, which became Fort Industry, now Toledo, and a 1-mile square reserve farther upriver, across from present-day Waterville. 7. With peace restored and the British ousted from the valley, American traders, many of French descent, settled along the Maumee. They set up stores over the ashes of the British posts destroyed by Wayne. The Ottawa chiefs rebuilt their villages throughout the valley. A few American settlers came into the valley, too, and carved out farms on land granted to them by the tribe. For nearly a dozen years, everyone lived peacefully side by side. In 1807, the Ottawas signed the Treaty of Detroit, in which they agreed to live on 3 small reserves along the Maumee River. But things changed dramatically 5 years later, when the War of 1812 broke out. Detroit fell quickly to the British and their Indian allies. Most of the younger Ottawa chiefs in the Maumee River Valley joined Tecumseh. One such leader was Pontiac's son, Otussa, who played a key role in the defeat of the Americans along the River Raisin in January 1813. Soon traders along the Maumee were warning everyone to flee for their lives before the Ottawa warriors descended on them. As predicted, the Ottawa were soon on the attack, setting fire to American trading posts and storehouses along the Maumee. Most of the settlers escaped in the nick of time, but a few, including a man who returned to harvest his corn on a river island, were killed. One of the worst incidents occurred farther east, at a place called Cold Creek along Sandusky Bay. Ottawa warriors from the Maumee River Valley led an attack on several American farms along the creek. Many women and children were taken prisoner and forced to march back toward Canada, where they were to be ransomed. A pregnant mother, unable to keep up, was tomahawked and her child torn from her womb, and 3 other children, who also fell behind, were murdered. These were the attacks that led Matthew Elliott, Superintendent of Indian Affairs at Fort Malden, to reprimand the Ottawa for their cruelty. 8. When the war was finally over, the Ottawa found that all was forgiven once again. First at Greenville in 1814, and then at Springwells in 1815, they were welcomed back into their beautiful valley. The chiefs who had joined Tecumseh in the War of 1812 now worked for a lasting peace with the Americans. They retained the tract at Maumee Bay, granted to them in 1807, and 10 years later they acquired more land for their tribe by signing the treaty at the foot of the rapids, which gave the Ottawa a large reserve at McCarty's village. In exchange for the loss of Presque Isle, which lay within the 12-mile reserve secured by General Wayne for the United States in the Greenville Treaty, they won reserves at Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids along the Maumee farther south. They also secured the use of 2 smaller tracts around Aquanex's village on the Auglaize, and Old Tawa Town on Blanchard's Fork. During this time, traders returned to the Maumee and set up stores near small towns throughout the valley. The Ottawa brought furs and maple syrup to these posts and traded them for manufactured goods. While more and more farmers were settling along the Maumee, the Ottawa hoped that somehow they could still survive. Surely the traders would always welcome their furs and syrup, and that the missionary family at Ebenezer, near Tontogani Creek, would look out for them and even try to help them overcome the plague of drinking. No matter what rumors Lewis Cass might hear about the Ottawa wanting to move, and, more important, no matter what treaties they might sign with his commissioners, they would never leave the Maumee River Valley. 9. While Cass understood the tribe's reluctance to move, he had received many reports that the Ottawa were a troubled people. They were suffering from the usual ills that came from contact with the whites. One report had come to the War Department a year earlier from Reverend Isaac McCoy, a Baptist minister who was a strong supporter of removal as the only way to save the Indians. Congress had appointed McCoy to survey lands across the Mississippi River as possible sites for future Indian reserves. Several Ottawa chiefs, along with chiefs of the Potawatomi, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Creek, traveled west with him. They gave McCoy a petition asking the government to remove their people from Ohio and send them across the Mississippi. In the document, the Ottawa chiefs explained that their children were starving and that wildlife were disappearing from their beautiful valley. There were no animals to hunt and so no skins to trade. Even worse, the chiefs complained, wicked white men came among their people selling liquor, which the Ottawa could not resist. Surely there must be a better country where the tribe could live. They asked the president to find them this country and pay the tribe's way there. If this was done, then the chiefs promised that our nation shall concede to go 10. Jackson's War Department would soon learn from Governor Porter about the declining health of the Ottawa. Oscar White, a physician from Maumee, had been hired by the government to inoculate the tribe against smallpox. Dr. White traveled throughout McCarty's village, the tribe's large tract on the eastern bank of the Maumee River, vaccinating as many Ottawa as he could find. He then wrote a letter to Porter telling him of the diseases that afflicted the Ottawa. White described the tribe as a very sickly people who suffered from rheumatism, ulcers, whooping cough, syphilis, and the measles. Since he used the common practice of injecting live smallpox cultures into the Ottawa when vaccinating them, he added that a few had contracted the dreaded disease as a result of the very measure he had taken to save them. He did not have to list drunkenness as a problem among the tribe since every Indian agent, trader, and missionary who worked with them had reported the horrific toll that whiskey was taking on Ottawa men and women alike. 11. While people like Dr. White wrote sympathetically about the Ottawa, Lewis Cass also heard from local citizens who were less understanding. They considered the tribe a sad reminder of the past that was fast disappearing. When he was still governor of the Michigan Territory, Cass had received a petition from the leading citizens of Port Lawrence, one of the new towns that had been plotted out by businessmen around Old Fort Industry on the Maumee, just opposite the Ottawa's largest reserve at McCarty's village. These men believed in the commercial potential of both sides of the lower Maumee Valley. The river was perfect for handling the growing steamboat traffic coming across the lake from Buffalo, Cleveland, Sandusky, and Detroit. By 1836, 330 steamboats, with names like Enterprise, General Wayne, and Andrew Jackson, were plying the western waters of Lake Erie and heading upriver as far as Perrysburg and Maumee. Just 1 year later, their numbers had more than doubled to 736. The ships brought settlers and manufactured goods west and carried raw materials and farm goods back east. 12. The Maumee was equally important for the future of canals, the next great advance in America's transportation revolution. The successful completion of the Erie Canal in 1825, which had connected the Hudson River Valley, and thus New York City and the Atlantic to the Great Lakes, inspired politicians and entrepreneurs in Ohio to do the same. Indian agents who knew the Maumee well, like Benjamin Stickney and John Johnston, were early advocates of making the river valley a vital part of a statewide canal system. Neither man, however, calculated the cost of such a canal to the Ottawa. As Stickney explained in 1817, the Maumee River would provide the best route for a future canal connecting Lake Erie to the Ohio and so provide an uninterrupted navigation from the Bay of St. Lawrence to the Gulf of Mexico. By the time the citizens of Port Lawrence had sent their petition to Lewis Cass in 1831, the state of Ohio had completed the Ohio and Erie Canal, which connected Cleveland on Lake Erie to Portsmouth on the Ohio. John Johnston and other members of the state's Canal Commission were investigating whether the mouth of the Maumee would be the best terminus for a western route through the state. Port Lawrence and the adjacent towns of Vistula and Manhattan were competing against each other to win the terminus, and so become the gateway to any canal heading through western Ohio. 13. According to Port Lawrence's leading citizens, the Maumee River Valley would boom once the Ottawa were removed. The tribe's large reserve at McCarty's Village sat on prime real estate along the eastern bank of the river from Maumee Bay down to the New Presque Isle, now the docks of East Toledo. If this land were sold to people who knew how to develop its commercial potential, then the Maumee River Valley would prosper like the rest of the state. Docks and warehouses could be built where Ottawa villages now stood. Steamboats loaded with workers willing to build more canals would land there. Settlers would come ready to drain the Black Swamp and cultivate the rich soil hidden under the tangled forests. Warehoused crops could be transferred across Lake Erie to the rest of the world. Once the river's western bank was part of a canal system linking northwest Ohio to Fort Wayne, Dayton, and Cincinnati, then little villages like Port Lawrence and Vistula, at the mouth of the Maumee, Perrysburg and Maumee, at the foot of the rapids, Waterville, at Roche de Boeuf, Providence, at Wolf Rapids, and Defiance, at the mouth of the Auglaize, would prosper as major trade centers. The canal would draw more settlers down the Maumee who would open up some of the richest farmland in the country. Once trade and transportation were established, manufacturing would not be far behind. But none of this would happen if the Ottawas stayed in the valley. As the petitioners from Port Lawrence explained to Lewis Cass, the tribe was blocking progress. If they were removed from the area, then Northwest Ohio would become one of the nation's greatest economic success stories to date. The petitioners reminded Cass that the Indian Removal Act had just been passed. The law should be applied to the Ottawa, who must be rounded up and sent west across the Mississippi. If this were not possible, they asked that the Ottawa be placed on a smaller reserve somewhere beyond the line of white settlement. Their message was clear. The Ottawa, so lost in the past and with no purpose in the present, must be sent out of the Maumee River Valley to make way for its glittering future. 14. Knowing well the contested history of the Maumee River Valley, Porter headed there in late September 1832. He realized that many settlers at the mouth of the river, along with the War Department, wanted the Ottawa out. While he was convinced the Ottawa were willing to sell their land, he was certain they would never go west. He thought most of the tribe would head to Canada and live there with relatives. As many as 350 Ottawa had already left the Maumee River Valley and moved to Manitoulin Island in Lake Huron. In Chippewa, Manitoulin means Spirit Island. The Ottawa were closely related to the Chippewa and the Potawatomi. Members of the three tribes believed they had originally descended from three brothers. The Ottawa, Chippewa, and Potawatomi had been settling on Manitoulin Island since the end of the War of 1812. The three tribes would cede the island to the British government in 1836, which in turn would grant it back to the Indians as a refuge for any tribe that would like to move there. 15. The council between Porter and the Ottawa chiefs opened in Maumee on September 21, 1832. The governor asked the Ottawa if they really wanted to sell their land in the Maumee River Valley, promising to support them no matter their decision. The chiefs sat silently, certain he was lying, and finally answered they needed another day to think about what he had said. The next day, they chose a half-breed Ottawa named John King to speak for them, but Porter refused to listen, saying he would only speak to the chiefs through his chosen interpreter. The two sides argued back and forth, with the Ottawa asking for a few months, and then a few days, to make their decision. Finally, on September 23, the chiefs said they would sell their land to the United States, but only if their demands were met. They asked for $40,000 for their reserves but then raised the price to $50,000, saying they would use the extra money to pay off their debts. Next, the chiefs demanded that a tribal cemetery be granted to Peter Manor, better known as Yellow Hair, the adopted son of Chief Tontogani. This was necessary so that Manor might preserve for them the home of their fathers. Finally, they requested that a 5-acre tract at Wolf Rapids and a nearby island in the Maumee be set aside as permanent reserves for the tribe. When Porter responded that $50,000 was too much, the chiefs said the council was over and they would leave on the next day. 16. While settlers in the Maumee Valley often described the Ottawa as a degraded people who cared only for whiskey, Porter found them to be determined negotiators who could not be easily swayed. Before they departed on the morning of September 24, they handed him a list of more tracts of land they wanted assigned to traders who had lived among them, and to their own chiefs. The Navarre brothers Peter, Jacques, Robert, Antoine, Francis, and Alexis were each to receive a section of land at Presque Isle on the eastern side of the Maumee, south of the bay. Several Ottawa chiefs and their family members were to receive whole or partial sections nearby. Robert Forsyth, an American trader from Maumee, was to receive 320 acres at Halfway Creek on the Turnpike Road out to Lower Sandusky and another 320 acres of his choice on Ottawa land. Without a formal treaty, Porter could not authorize any of these grants on behalf of the Ottawa, but he promised to send their requests to the War Department. Porter believed the Ottawa were still angry at Colonel Gardner for the tactics he employed during treaty negotiations in 1831, and that was why they were so determined in the negotiations. They complained that he had lied to their chiefs from Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids. Gardner had promised them money for every acre sold and for every improvement on their land, but they had received none. With the memory of this wrongdoing so fresh in their minds, and with many of the citizens of Maumee siding with the Ottawa against Gardner, Porter decided further treaty negotiations should be delayed until late fall at the earliest. The chiefs refused to set a date for a council, demanding instead they be allowed to travel to Kansas to see the land for which they were supposed to be exchanging their beautiful valley. 17. In the face of such bitter opposition to any treaty, Governor Porter decided to wait until February 1833 to reopen negotiations with the Ottawa. Even with the delay, it was clear right from the start that the tribe meant to stay put along the Maumee. Porter found this out from the chiefs from Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids, who had signed the removal treaty with Colonel Gardner in 1831. They told Porter they would not leave the temporary reserve set up for them when the 3 years were up because Gardner had taken advantage of their chiefs during the treaty negotiations. They would long tell the tale of how he had gotten Chief Thunderbolt, who resisted his efforts to rob them of their land, drunk and then held his hand to a pen and forced him to sign the treaty. 18 Gardner had lied to all of them, they said, promising the tribe 70 cents for every surrendered acre. According to their calculations, even after all their debts to various traders were deducted from the total, the government still owed the tribe at least $18,000. Because the Ottawa from Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids had never received any of this money, they now refused to go west to their new reserve along the Kansas River. 19. The Ottawa were determined to make their case to the government. They handed Porter a list filled with complaints about Colonel Gardner and the treaty they had signed with him. They said again that he had promised them $40,000 for their land. they would be willing to settle for $18,000, but only if the government paid their outstanding debts as part of the deal. "We ask this as our just due," the chiefs explained, "and hope it will be granted." The petition was signed by 18 chiefs and had the support of local traders who had been at the negotiations with Gardner, and who confirmed what the Ottawa said about the 1831 treaty. Porter promised to send the chiefs to Washington to request upward of $30,000 from the War Department. 20. But he remained resolute in negotiating a new treaty that would remove the Ottawa from the lower Maumee Valley. He made his strongest case by describing the country across the Mississippi River as more beautiful than Ohio. The tract set aside for the Ottawa in the 1831 treaty was considered by government surveyors to be the best in Kansas, even better than the reserves of the Shawnee Delaware, Potawatomi, or Sac and Fox. The land was rolling countryside with good soil that was well watered by many streams from the Kansas and Osage rivers. The Ottawa Reserve had groves of black walnut, hickory, oak, elm, and cottonwood, trees that were missing from most reserves across the Mississippi, and also included a sandstone quarry and plenty of salt just across its border. 21. After Porter finished speaking, all eyes turned to Atoki, the head chief of the Ottawa, who sat with his eyes fixed on the ground. Minutes passed before B stood up. He was a tall man, at least 6 feet, and stout, too, weighing about 200 pounds. Folding his arms and looking directly at Governor Porter, he was clearly torn over whether his people should cede their land and head west, or fight to remain in the Maumee River Valley. Atoki acknowledged that the pale-faced chief had spoken like a bird about the land across the Mississippi. Many of his young men were now excited to go west to Kansas, but the old men wished to stay near the graves of their fathers and keep the council fires burning. How could they leave the land given to them by the Great Spirit? Atoki noted that Porter spoke of the beauty of the West, but neither he nor his children were moving. Instead, they would remain in the shade of the trees and among the flowers of Ohio. If he loved the beautiful land toward the sundown so much, why not go there himself? Although he challenged Governor Porter, there were many things that Atoki left unsaid. His people were hungry, their game was disappearing, and their addiction to whiskey was driving many of them to ruin. Even worse, they were nearly penniless. Soon they would have to follow the Ottawa from Aquanox's Village and Blanchard's Fork west, if only to receive a share of the tribe's annuities. For these reasons, and not any argument about which country was more beautiful, Atoki decided to surrender most of the Ottawa's remaining land in the Maumee River Valley to the United States. To Porter, he said, "Go to the wigwam of the great father President Andrew Jackson, and tell him that his red children will give the beautiful land to their pale-face brothers, and they will sleep where their fathers sleep, and their last council fire shall go out on the banks of their beautiful Miami. Go tell this to the great father." 22. On February 18, 1833, Governor Porter, Atoki, and 21 other Ottawa chiefs signed a treaty that was less than satisfactory for all sides. In fact, this treaty was more like the one at the foot of the rapids than like the other removal treaties, primarily because the Ottawa gave up their 2 remaining reserves in exchange for smaller local tracts of land granted to their major chiefs. Atoki was given 320 acres on the eastern side of the Maumee River, which contained an important Ottawa burial ground at Presque Isle. Chief Wazian, Atoki's younger brother, received 160 acres, which included the cabin of their father Tushquagwan, better known as McCarty. Chief Cheno was granted 80 acres of land near a small creek, while Chief Washayanquit received 160 acres on Pike Creek fronting Maumee Bay. 2 other chiefs, Ochkush and Keetukki, were each given 160 acres on the north side of the Ottawa River. A woman named Petaw won 80 acres where her cabin and farm stood. Even though the Ottawa had given up about 29,000 acres, they clearly intended to stay in the Maumee River Valley for as long as possible, staking out holdings on good farmland and at strategic points along the river that would allow them to continue trading with the Americans. 23. The Ottawa also made sure that traders who had lived among them were amply rewarded. They asked that an 800-acre tract of land be granted to the Navarre brothers, namely Peter, Jacques, Robert, Francis, and Alexis, their valuable friends who were married to Ottawa women. Another Frenchman named Leon Quoin, who, like the Navarres, had lived among the Ottawa for many years, helping them especially during hard times, would get 80 acres. The tribe also remembered Albert Ranjard, who had paid them $300 for 80 acres in the Maumee River Valley right before the War of 1812. At the outbreak of the war, Ranjard fled to Fort Stephenson, where he died shortly thereafter. The tribe insisted the treaty include that his descendants were to be awarded a deed to the land he had purchased. 24. Several American traders were each given 2-quarter land sections for their many acts of kindness toward the Ottawa. John Hunt, who had a trading post in Maumee, received 160 acres on the turnpike between the foot of the rapids and the Western Reserve, and another 160 acres on the Maumee. Robert Forsyth, the Maumee trader for whom the Ottawa had requested land in their first list of demands, received identical tracts adjacent to the land granted to Hunt. While Hunt and Forsyth were grateful for the land they received, they demanded to be paid for the outstanding debts owed to them by the Ottawa. Of the $29,440 promised to the Ottawa for the sale of their land, the entire amount would be doled out to Hunt, Forsyth, and 6 other traders and the companies they represented. Hunt would receive $9,929, Forsyth, $10,890, and John Hollister and his company, $7,365. Attached to the treaty were 3 schedules listing the specific people that Hunt, Forsyth, and Hollister would in turn pay from these lump sums. 4 other traders would receive another $1,256. If the tribe was to receive extra money from the sale of their land, or in essence receive some portion of the 30 to 37.5 cents per acre assigned to each tribe according to the government's calculations, this was not stated in the treaty. Nor did the treaty explain that these new grants of land could only be sold back to the United States and not to private individuals. The Ottawa were only certain of the fact that for the time being they were out of debt and still retained 1,120 acres, or 1 3/4 sections, along the Maumee. 25. Unlike the removal treaties with the Seneca, Shawnee, and other Ottawa in Ohio, this treaty failed to designate any reserve out west that the Ottawa of the lower Maumee River Valley would receive in exchange for the 2 reserves they had just surrendered. Without the certainty of a future home across the Mississippi, they told Governor Porter that they would not go west. 1 year later, when the time limit was up for occupation of the 3 reserves at Roche de Boeuf, Wolf Rapids, and the nearby island, the Ottawa of the upper Maumee Valley also refused to leave for Kansas. Despite this resistance, Lewis Cass remained as determined as ever to send the remaining Ottawa out of Ohio. However, Governor Porter would not be the official who would negotiate the removal of the tribe. Porter had died of cholera in Detroit in July 1834. Secretary Cass would instead send U.S. Army Lieutenant I.P. Simonton into the Maumee River Valley to convince the Ottawa now was the time to leave. Arriving in northwest Ohio in September 1834, Simonton invited several Ottawa chiefs to travel with him out past Independence, Missouri, and take a look at the land along the Kansas River. After exploring the western country, the chiefs were even more reluctant to move and returned home. Many of them said they would head to Canada, where the British were still supplying them with yearly gifts. Others said the tribe should just wander on its own, finding a new home for themselves on the way west or even farther south. Still more would simply stay where they were, hoping to remain in their beautiful valley. They may even have hoped to escape removal altogether by delaying any further discussion until after Andrew Jackson left office in 1837. If they could survive past the end of his second term, maybe they could remain along the Maumee River forever. 26. If this was their hope, then the Ottawa were disappointed when Martin Van Buren, Jackson's hand-picked successor, was sworn into office in March 1837. He had no intention of stopping the removal of the tribes. Just 1 month after Van Buren's inauguration, his War Department ordered Henry Schoolcraft, Michigan Superintendent of Indian Affairs, to meet with the Ottawa and convince them to leave. Schoolcraft was able to accomplish what none had previously been able to do, but only because the Ottawa were now homeless. They had recently sold the tracts granted to them in the 1833 treaty with Governor Porter to the Maumee Land and Railroad Company. Without any land, the tribe now wandered along the Maumee, scratching out an existence on what patches of ground they could find. This would become even more difficult now that Port Lawrence and Vistula had joined together as the new city of Toledo, and Ohio had granted the state's western canal terminus to Manhattan at the mouth of the Maumee River. Making matters worse, the British in Canada had just announced that they would no longer be handing out yearly presents to tribes visiting from the United States. Without these extra gifts, and with no land left to sell or farm in the increasingly crowded Maumee River Valley, the Ottawa had no choice but to head west to Kansas as soon as possible. 27. In June 1837, Carey Harris, a Tennessee newspaperman appointed as the new Commissioner of Indian Affairs for his loyalty to President Jackson, asked John McKelvin, the Indian agent who had overseen the removal of the Seneca from Sandusky, to act as the superintendent of Ottawa emigration. He was to round up the tribe and escort them to the Osage River Agency in eastern Kansas, where many of their friends from Ohio were already living. This would be the sixth Trail of Tears out of Ohio. McKelvin had resigned as the state's Indian agent 2 years before. But Harris asked him to return to government service until the Ottawa were removed. The commissioner had already purchased most of the goods the tribe would need for the trip, including blankets and tents. McKelvin was more than happy to accept the position, believing for years that the tribe, surrounded by encroaching farmers and whiskey traders, would disappear if they stayed much longer in Ohio. By early July, he had organized a council with the Ottawa chiefs at the town of Maumee. They assured him they wanted to leave for Kansas and would help him get their people ready for the long trip west. Based on the annuities paid to the tribe in the previous year, McKelvin estimated there were probably 400 Ottawa living along the Maumee River Valley from Wolf Rapids down to the bay. But he admitted he would not know the exact number until the morning of their departure. He planned to pick a day in August when he would bring the Ottawa to the docks in Maumee at the foot of the rapids, where they would board lake steamers for Cleveland. From there they would travel on the Ohio and Erie Canal to Portsmouth, on the Ohio River, where McKelvin would hire a steamboat to take them down the Ohio, up the Mississippi, and finally west along the Missouri toward the town of Westport. From there, they would go by wagon train to the Osage River Agency. It would be up to the officials at the agency to determine if the Ottawa from the Maumee River Valley would live on the reserve granted to the Ottawa from Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids, or on the reserve granted to the Ottawa from Aquanex's Village and Blanchard's Fork. After the disastrous overland journey of the Seneca in 1831, under the supervision of his old rival Henry Brioche, Colonel McKelvin was certain no one would question the wisdom of sending the Indians west by water. 28. But he was not prepared for the resistance of Maumee townsfolk, especially the Indian traders, to the departure of the Ottawa. At first he assumed they supported the tribe's removal since they had presented numerous gifts to the chiefs and, as McKelvin surmised, to get them to leave. But many of these same traders were torn about the departure, some realizing they would have to find a new livelihood when the Ottawa left, while others were worried that the tribe would leave before paying their debts. More wanted the Ottawa to stay so they could keep selling them liquor. McKelvin did his best not to offend the good citizens of the town, but he lost his patience with fur traders, who threatened to detain the Ottawa unless every penny they owed was paid, and he had the same contempt for the whiskey traders. What kind of people, McKelvin asked in a broadside distributed in Maumee on August 17, would threaten the fallen Ottawas? They were homeless and spent their days roaming the Maumee Valley with no place to call their own. Their only chance for survival lay across the Mississippi River. 29. McKelvin ordered any trader who held outstanding debts against the tribe to come directly to him for payment. If debts owed to them were part of a past treaty, they would be paid out in a lump sum relatively quickly. For new debts accumulated since the last treaty in 1833, then McKelvin would make arrangements for the Ottawa to pay them off in installments over 2 or 3 years. but no matter what, anyone who had previously sold the whiskey to the Indians must do so no more. 30. There were a few people along the Maumee River who were working sincerely to keep the Ottawa in the valley. At the Maumee Indian Mission overlooking the river at Tontogani Creek, Reverend Isaac Van Tassel was doing everything in his power to stop the removal of the tribe. His mission had continued to grow since opening in 1822. Besides the main building and school, there was a stove house, a blacksmith shop, and a stable for the mission's 2 horses. During its first decade, the school averaged 30 scholars each year who were mainly Ottawa, along with a few children of local settlers. The older Indian boys took care of the 50-acre mission farm. They also helped to raise cattle, sheep, and hogs for the school. 31. Though the number of students averaged about 20, and he had only converted a few Ottawa to the faith, Van Tassel was certain he was making progress. If nothing else, the Ottawa respected the missionaries and considered them their protectors. This was proven true when many of them came to see Van Tassel after they signed the removal treaty with Colonel Gardner in 1831. They told him that they never intended to sell their land, but had been pressured into it. Their chiefs were even forced to participate in treaty negotiations on the Sabbath. Though they eventually signed away their land on the Auglaize River and at Roche de Boeuf and Wolf Rapids for a new reserve in Kansas, they said they would never leave this country. Reverend Van Tassel came up with a solution. He asked the Presbyterian Synod in Pittsburgh to buy land near the Maumee Indian Mission, where Ottawas desiring to remain in Ohio could stay. As he explained to the Synod members, if they can find no place to stay, they will spend the rest of their days in walking up and down the Maumee, mourning over the wretched state of their people. Some have said that they would place themselves under our protection, and stay by us as long as we remain. This new reserve would ensure the survival of the Ottawa and the mission. Van Tassel wanted to continue the school, but he did not see how this would be possible if the Ottawa, who made up the majority of students, were removed from Ohio. The Reverend also asked the Synod to help him remove the whiskey traders from the Maumee River Valley. 32. A few miles farther upriver, the Howard family also wanted the Ottawa to stay. After coming to Ohio from New York in 1822, they had set up 2 trading posts, one near Wolf Rapids, and the other one down a trail to the west at a village named for the Potawatomi chief Winnamag. The Howards made a good living trading furs with the Ottawa and saw no reason to leave. They counted about 1,000 settlers in the upper Maumee River Valley. The few hundred Indians who lived among them posed no threat and were generally peaceful, only getting a little rowdy when they were drinking, and even then they were more a danger to themselves than to the Americans. The Howards had always refused to sell them whiskey, but sadly so many others did. Dresden Howard, the boy who had been schooled alongside Indian children at Reverend Van Tassel's mission, and who together had raced down the snow-covered banks of the Maumee on their homemade sleds, was now a young man. He often listened with wonder to the Ottawa chiefs, most especially Ottoki, who came to meetings under the council elm near Wolf Rapids. In May 1835, when Howard was just 17, Peter Manor asked him to serve as interpreter at a council between Ottoki and the Ottawa subagent James Jackson. He long remembered how the chief asked the colonel why their great father, the President of the United States, stood by and did nothing when Americans came onto Ottawa land, stealing their corn, killing their animals, and abusing their women. Jackson said he would report all of this to the president, and young Howard relayed this promise to the chiefs. 2 years later, Dresden Howard acted as interpreter for Ottawa and Potawatomi chiefs during their meetings with officials about their pending removal. These took place under the ancient council oak at Winnamag. Howard knew that many Ottawa, along with some of the Potawatomi who lived with them, had already escaped down woodland trails that led from Winnamag into the Michigan Territory, where superintendents and conductors, sent to take them across the Mississippi, would never find them. While 95-year-old Chief Winnamag said he would never leave Ohio, Ottoki and the other Ottawa chiefs felt they had no choice but to promptly head for Kansas. Young Howard even volunteered to join members of Ottoki's band who planned to go west on their own by wagon train in the fall of 1838. After he had gotten everyone safely across the Mississippi, he would take to the woods, traveling along the northern Great Lakes into the Wisconsin Territory, where he would make a living for himself as a fur trader. 33. While missionaries, like the Van Tassels, and traders, like the Howards, did not want the Ottawa to leave, John McKelvin could not understand why anyone would want them to stay. He saw the Ottawa as a dying people. They were hungry, landless, and often drunk, and would not last through one more winter in the Maumee River Valley. The only way to save them was to move the tribe across the Mississippi River to a country of their own, where, far from the reach of land speculators and whiskey traders, they could learn to support themselves on farms and ranches. With this in mind, on Thursday, August 31, 1837, 2 weeks to the day after he had delivered his broadside to the people of Maumee, John McKelvin ushered, by his count, 174 Ottawa onto a lake steamer at the Maumee docks. Chief Ottoki was not one of them. McKelvin's muster roll revealed just how young the Ottawa were in this second group to leave Ohio. 80% were under 25 years of age, of whom 30% were under 10, almost equally divided between 25 boys and 27 girls. Half of the rest were adolescents and young adults ranging in age from 11 to 24, the men outnumbering women by a 2-to-1 ratio. Only 6 people, 1 man and 5 women, were over 50. 38 ranged in age from 25 to 50, 17 men compared to 21 women. Of the 36 heads of households, 7 were single, and the remaining 29 had families numbering from 2 to 11, 7 being the average. 34. The editor of the Maumee Express seemed more amused than troubled by the spectacle of the Ottawa heading through his town toward the river. He had already dismissed them as a remnant of a once great people in the pages of his newspaper. They were something out of a distant past that the many people settling along the Maumee had heard about but never seen. Their story now bore an antique quality not nearly as exciting as the local commercial news, or the tales of Seminole warriors still fighting the government, which filled the pages of his weekly journal. He made no mention of the many children among the Ottawa and instead wrote of the drunken chiefs who stumbled toward the docks, completely unmoved by the tears of the women they were leaving behind. Yet, he admitted that there was a melancholy in the air as the babies cried and the dogs wailed to be taken west with their masters, and as the low sound of Indian flutes could be heard through the confusion. 35. A 13-year-old girl named Mary Blackwood Copeland, who watched the Ottawa leave, was far more sympathetic. Perhaps because she was a child herself, she took pity on the boys and girls leaving for the far west. She, in fact, would never forget the sight of these people, many of them very young, shuffling down along the docks with their heads hanging low. The only sound she heard was one continuous pitiful wail that the Ottawa made as they boarded the boat that would take them across Maumee Bay to Cleveland. Years later, when she was married to Dresden Howard, who had returned to the Maumee River in 1842, after his father died, she still remembered the sad, sad day when the Ottawa left their beautiful valley, knowing they would never see it again, and not knowing for certain where they were going. 36. As McKelvin had planned, the Indians headed first to Cleveland and then down the Ohio and Erie Canal to the Ohio River. By September 15, they had made it to Portsmouth, where they boarded a steamboat that arrived in St. Louis on September 22. There William Clark gave them the rest of the goods that the Commissioner of Indian Affairs had purchased for them, including axes and rifles. They continued up the Mississippi and made the turn west along the Missouri to Westport. From there they traveled overland to the Osage River Agency in eastern Kansas, where 170 of them arrived on October 11, 1837. They decided to stay with the Shawnee through the winter before moving to the reserve where Ottawa from the Auglaize River Valley were already living. In his final report to the War Department, McKelvin claimed he lost only 4 of his charges. A young man named Pantee, with no family of his own, had left the tribe in Cleveland. 2 infants died on the long trek west, one as the Ottawa passed Waverly, Ohio, on the canal ride to Portsmouth, and the other just 15 miles from their final destination in Kansas, and a woman, whose name McKelvin did not record, died in St. Louis. 37. If he kept a journal of occurrences, as he was required to do, the document has not survived. But a 24-page letter from McKelvin did arrive safely at the Office of Indian Affairs. In the letter, he recited everything that he had been through since being appointed superintendent of Ottawa emigration. The letter told a tale of hardship, trauma, and the toll that removal took, not so much on the Indians as on their conductor. On the long nightmarish trek west, he put up with childish chiefs, unscrupulous traders, and so many wagons. At best, he explained, the removal of the Indians is a most vexatious, responsible, and troublesome business. He concluded with a warning. No man could understand how terrible Indian removal truly was until he had made the trip west himself. 38. About 150 Ottawa, including their head chief Otoki, still remained behind. Some of them fled to Canada, where they starved or froze to death during the brutal winter of 1838. If there were to be another removal of the tribe to Kansas, John McKelvin would not lead it. His last letters to the War Department were filled with complaints that he had never been paid for relocating the Ottawa. At the rate of $5 a day for 127 days of work, he figured the government owed him exactly $635. Many people in the Maumee River Valley were relieved that McKelvin would not be taking more Ottawa west. They disliked him and instead admired Captain W. E. Kruger, the young Army officer who had served as dispersing agent on the trip. Many said that if Kruger had been the superintendent of Ottawa emigration, the entire tribe would have willingly left with him. This was because Kruger, unlike McKelvin, was a decent and upstanding fellow. As long as someone of Kruger's caliber oversaw the next round of removal, settlers throughout the Maumee River Valley were convinced that the remaining Ottawa would happily go. The honorable man chosen for the task was Robert Forsyth, the trader from Maumee who had received money and land in the 1833 treaty with the Ottawa. He had also purchased some of the first lots in Port Lawrence and was a newly appointed judge of the Michigan Territory. In 1839 Thomas Hartley Crawford, the latest Commissioner of Indian Affairs, just appointed by President Martin Van Buren, named Forsyth as the next superintendent of Ottawa removal. Crawford had replaced Harris, who was dismissed for holding stock in a company that speculated in the sale of Creek land following the tribe's removal to the west. 39. Judge Forsyth was determined to be a better superintendent than McKelvin had been. He was committed to ensuring that every Ottawa who left the Maumee River Valley would arrive safely in Kansas a few weeks later. He was certain he could accomplish this because he had the support of their head chief Otoki. Forsyth kept an accurate muster roll of the 108 Ottawa who would be heading across the Mississippi. Like the group that McKelvin had taken west 2 years before, these people were very young. 60% of them were children and young adults under 25 years of age. Of the 38 adults who accompanied them, only 5 were over 50. 40. Just as important, Judge Forsyth had also been appointed dispersing agent and thus was in charge of the funds. McKelvin had spent $5,400 just on the trip from Portsmouth to St. Louis. Forsyth was determined to make the whole trip from the Maumee to Kansas for less than that. He estimated that it would cost exactly $3,901.70 with $1,860 for transportation, $680 for subsistence, and $1,361.70 for contingencies. 41. But even with all of his careful planning, things went wrong right from the beginning. He planned to move in the spring of 1839, but he could not convince the Ottawa to leave then. Fur prices were unusually high, and the Ottawa wanted to take full advantage of that. They continued their last winter hunt in Ohio well into the spring. When everything was finally set for the tribe's removal in July, Forsyth noticed that 40 to 50 Ottawa were nowhere to be found. While he had promised to do a better job looking after the Ottawa than McKelvin, clearly not everyone in the tribe trusted him. At least 30 had gone to hide among the Navars. Forsyth followed them to the family's land near Maumee Bay, where he discovered that most of them were women and children. He ordered them back to the rendezvous point across the river, but they refused to go, even when he warned them that the government was prepared to force them off their land next year. He could only stand and watch as the Navars loaded the women and children into canoes and headed farther east, where they would never be found. 42. Forsyth headed back to the docks in Maumee, where 108 Ottawa were waiting for him. He did not want to take any chances that they would escape in the night, so he escorted them onto the Commodore Perry on the evening of July 24, 1839. He also took along Dr. James Colby, a physician, since he was determined to have even fewer deaths than McKelvin had experienced. He was glad that his assistant superintendent and 2 assistant conductors all spoke some Ottawa. Also accompanying him was William McNabb, a well-known interpreter in the Maumee River Valley. Early on the morning of July 25, the Commodore Perry pulled away from the dock to the cheers of hundreds of onlookers and the silent sorrow of the Ottawa. Even for a man as disciplined as Judge Forsyth, watching the Ottawa as they took a last look at the country they would never see again was almost unbearable. The calm waters of Lake Erie on this summer day made the trip from Maumee to Sandusky a pleasant one. By nightfall, when the lights of Cleveland came into view, much of the homesickness everyone felt had eased. Forsyth found a warehouse with a wide overhang under which the Ottawa could rest safely for the night. 43. On the next morning, Judge Forsyth gave the Indians their rations, and they cooked them behind the building where they had spent the night. They then boarded 2 canal boats for the 5-day trip down the Ohio and Erie Canal from Cleveland to Akron, Massillon, Newark, Chillicothe, and finally Portsmouth. Forsyth noted that the Indians were amazed at the country through which they were passing. There was something new for the Ottawa to see at every turn, towns that were centers of trade and manufacturing, and the countryside filled with neatly ordered farms and dairies. Soon, the Maumee River Valley would resemble this, once the canal was completed in the western part of the state. Along the way, people came out to meet the Ottawa. Most had never seen Indians before and treated them kindly. The Ottawa accepted the daily routine of leaving the boats at night to camp on shore, cooking the day's rations in the evening and right after dawn, and then boarding the boats by the early morning. A few Ottawa could not resist the temptation of going into towns at night to buy whiskey. But the conductors kept a watchful eye on them, making sure all were on board each morning, and even saving a few from falling overboard. The Ottawa's greatest problem was getting used to eating daily rations of beef and flour, some preferring to purchase fruit from local farmers in the canal towns. Many Ottawa were soon troubled with upset stomachs and diarrhea, and Dr. Colby, whom children often fled at his approach, was sent to dole out remedies and explain that eating only fruit made their condition worse. Judge Forsyth was grateful that Atoki helped Dr. Colby coax the Ottawa, especially the children, to swallow the medicine. Forsyth commended the leadership of Atoki, Wazian, and the other chiefs in his daily journal, saying they made all the difference in lifting the spirits of everyone on the long trip west. Slowly, most of the sick improved, especially since families and friends watched over them through the night. Both Forsyth and Colby were happy that everyone seemed to recover, except for one woman and an 8-year-old girl. 44. At 7 o'clock on the morning of August 1, the Ottawa finally reached Portsmouth, on the Ohio River. Forsyth hoped that a steamboat headed for Cincinnati, or even St. Louis, would come by, but none arrived. The Ottawa pitched their tents on shore, cooked their rations, and took care of the sick. The river was low at this time of the year, and many steamboats were upriver waiting for the water to rise. Finally, on the afternoon of August 3, a mail packet called the Bedford came by and took everyone on board. The Ottawa were so happy to be moving again that they lined up on the side of the Bedford and gave a parting yell to the people of Portsmouth. At 10 o'clock on the next morning, the Queen City of Cincinnati came into view. Everyone was amazed to see steamboats lined up for a mile along the shore. When the Bedford docked, Judge Forsyth went off to find a steamboat large enough to take the Ottawa all the way to St. Louis, and with enough stoves for the Ottawa to cook their meals. While Forsyth searched for a boat, the Ottawa made their way into the city, where they enjoyed the many museums. Onlookers came with them, and the museum owners let the Indians in for free, since they brought in many customers. Crowds followed the Ottawa back to the river and tried to climb on board the Monsoon, the steamboat that Forsyth had secured for the journey west. The captain had to pull out into the river to keep the Ottawa safe and the curious away. 45. It took 6 days, from August 5 to August 11, for the Ottawa to make their way from Cincinnati to the Mississippi River. At times the trip was pleasant, with the boat cutting the waters of the noble Ohio at a clip of 12 miles an hour, but at other times, the ship battled sandbars. Once the Ottawa and their conductors had to get off the boat and walk alongside it on shore to lighten the load. Even with this precaution, the steamboat still stalled in a sandbar and could not be dislodged until the water level rose. Once everyone was back on board, Forsyth was impressed with all the Ottawa, not just the chiefs, for their endurance and good humor. The weather was terrible, with the sun beating down and not one breath of wind moving. Even the Indians, who never seemed to mind the heat or cold, had to take shelter under the decks, from the burning rays of the sun. Mosquitoes swarmed the boat, biting the faces of the Ottawas so badly that they looked like they had smallpox, yet they uttered not one word of complaint, staying calm in the heat by sleeping, lounging, or playing cards in the shade. 46. On August 12, the Monsoon entered the Mississippi River and turned north, and took only 1 day to get to St. Louis, where the Ottawa disembarked and set up camp. Forsyth went off to find a boat to take everyone up the Missouri to Choteau's Landing. The Ottawa were happy to receive the rifles promised to them, but said they would not be able to use them until they started farms in their new reserve. They were glad to buy fruit again, even though many became sick. Dr. Colby was certain that the well water in St. Louis was making the children ill. A few men could not resist the lure of the big city and went off for a frolic. Before the Ottawa could leave St. Louis on August 16, Forsyth had to return to town and look for them. He found them locked up for disorderly conduct. He paid the $9.25 fine and got them back on board for the final leg of the trip west. 47. Forsyth and the Ottawa found the journey upriver on the Missouri as disturbing as other groups that had come west from Ohio, since the country seemed empty and desolate. Rock formations more than 100 feet high came right up from the river's edge. Cedars growing at the top seemed barely able to cling to the thin soil. The oppressive heat made breathing difficult, and mosquitoes plagued the Ottawa by day, with relief coming only at night as they camped along the Missouri. Here they cooked their meals and finally got some rest in the cool evening air. In these miserable conditions, the little girl who had been sick since leaving Ohio was failing. When Dr. Colby told her parents and friends that he could not save her, they wept so loudly that everyone on board heard them. The child finally died on the morning of August 21. The ship's captain made her a coffin. Her parents begged Judge Forsyth to keep her body on board until they reached the reserve, where they would bury her, but he said no, because the smell would be unbearable in the terrible heat. She would have to be buried at Choteau's Landing, the next stop that they would reach in a few hours. 48. Upon reaching Choteau's Landing, named for Augusta Choteau, who years earlier had helped to negotiate treaties at Portage de Sioux, Forsyth rode to Westport, just 7 miles away, to hire wagon teams to transport the Ottawa to their reserve. Meanwhile, the Ottawa encamped on the Missouri shore and were greatly relieved to be in the cooler air. They buried the little girl who had just died, and on August 26, after 5 days at Choteau's Landing, they finally set off in a long wagon train toward their new home. Forsyth was amazed that hardly a man, woman, or child would ride. They were happy to be walking at last. There was something awe-inspiring and even frightening in this new country. The Ottawa were astonished at the sight of the endless horizon opening before them. As Forsyth put it, these grand prairies were beyond their comprehension. The landscape was so different from their beautiful valley in Ohio with its river marked by silver rapids and lined with elms. Here the land was flat with few trees and little water. Some became disheartened because they had been promised a country rich in wildlife. Except for a few birds, they saw none. This meant they would not be able to survive as hunters until they established their farms. They felt better by the evening when they finally found a grove of trees near a stream where they could make camp for the night. 49. On the morning of August 28, the Ottawas sent one of their young men ahead to inform families and friends of their impending arrival, which was in fact only a day away. Around noon something wonderful happened. The Ottawas saw riders on the distant horizon far ahead of them. They were racing toward the wagon train, coming closer and closer, and finally leaping from their horses. They were young Ottawa men who had come west in 1837. They took hold of the people at the head of the caravan and then ran through the wagon train looking for their mothers and fathers. Even Judge Forsyth had to admit that he was deeply moved by this loving reunion. The Ottawa camped for their last night on the road in a large grove of trees. Early on the morning of August 29, they set out on the final leg of their trip. Several men went to the head of the wagon train, walking as fast as possible to get to the reserve. They got so far in front of the caravan that they had to stop and give everyone a chance to catch up with them. The Ottawa wanted to meet the rest of their tribe as one people. After traveling just 4 or 5 miles, they saw many Indians approaching, and as Forsyth described the scene, our arrival on the land caused quite a sensation. The Ottawa who had come west 2 years earlier flocked around their relatives and friends from the Maumee River Valley. They took them to a place where they could camp until they had the time to go out across the tribe's reserve and pick the best sites for their homes and farms. Judge Forsyth and his assistants stayed with the Ottawa for 5 more days before wishing them well and heading home to Ohio. 50. Forsyth was elated that he had overseen the Ottawas' removal from the Maumee Valley, down the 7th Trail of Tears, with the loss of only one child. He was more convinced than ever that the removal of the tribe from Ohio had been the right thing to do, and agreed in the end with McKelvin that the Ottawa were a dying people who would have disappeared from the face of the earth if they had not found a refuge in the West. The life they had led along the Maumee and Auglaize could not compare to the one they would lead along the Kansas and Osage, where they would give up hunting to become successful farmers, and set down the rifle and take up the plow, axe, and hoe. They would build sturdy log homes, grow acres of corn, and raise livestock. All memories of their days as half-famished, ragged, and emaciated vagabonds would disappear in the happy world they now inhabited. Forsyth even volunteered to collect the remaining Ottawa who were wandering in the Maumee River Valley and bring them west. 51. The Van Buren administration, however, was no longer interested in removing any more Ottawa from Ohio. If some of them remained along the Maumee or Auglaize rivers, no one would come looking for them. Reports of stragglers, who drifted poor and alone, would come into the Office of Indian Affairs for the next 40 years. The Howard family took care of many of them near their old trading posts. They let them hunt on their land and helped them when they were hungry or sick. When old Chief Winnamag, who had refused to go west to Kansas, finally died, the Howards buried him on their land and watched over his grave for generations. They protected another Indian named T.N.A. believed to be the last Ottawa in the Maumee River Valley. Dresden Howard had grown up with T.N.A., who became gravely ill in 1850. His wife and 3 small children came to Howard begging him for help. Howard immediately called for a doctor, but his childhood friend, only 35 years old, was past saving. When T.N.A. finally died, Howard wrapped him in his best blanket and buried him with his weapons next to his own family's cemetery plot near Wolf Rapids. His grave can be seen to this day, just off Main Street in downtown Grand Rapids, Ohio. Howard's wife, Mary Copeland, loaded the canoe of T.N.A.'s wife and children with food and supplies for their long trip north to Canada, where they would live with relatives. Unable to forget the Ottawa, the Howards named towns, such as Otoki and Wauseon, in honor of the many chiefs who had tried to remain in Ohio. They named their firstborn son Osceola after the Seminole warrior who carried on the fight for his people even as the Ottawa were sent west. 52. Other wandering Ottawa became legendary among the growing number of settlers who sympathized with their plight. There was Francis Buono, who founded the town of Bono just east of Toledo, and his wife, Mary Angeline Kitterat. They raised 6 children, and both lived into the 20th century, Francis dying in 1901, and Mary in 1906. Farther south in the Auglaize River Valley, Chief Peter Charlo, who had signed the 1831 removal treaty with Colonel Gardner, never went to Kansas and gave his name to the town that grew up around his people's abandoned reserve. A woman of Ottawa, Chippewa, and French descent named Victoria Cadaract, who supported her family by making baskets, was long considered the last Indian to survive in Ottawa County. Born in northwestern Ohio in 1828, she remembered hearing her grandfather's tales about the many battles that the Indians fought along the Maumee, especially the attacks on Fort Meigs. He had joined Tecumseh in the War of 1812 and for many years thereafter proudly dressed in a bright red British uniform. He swung a British sword at his side and strutted about, she recalled, much to the merriment of the braves about him. She died in 1915 and was buried in the Allen Township Cemetery. 53. The Van Tassels tried to remain as long as possible in the Maumee River Valley, and operated the mission school for several years after the Ottawa left. When it finally closed, they stayed on and ran the farm for a while longer. Finally, they left the mission, abandoning the buildings and fields, and headed for a new life in the nearby town of Bowling Green. Lucia Van Tassel knew that most people who heard the story of the Maumee Indian Mission would dismiss it as a failure. They would argue that the missionaries had been unable to take the Ottawa out of a dying past, and place them squarely on the road to the future. She, however, never thought of it that way. For a brief time she and her fellow missionaries had helped the Ottawa to stay longer in their beautiful valley, and for this the tribe was always grateful. If you helped the Indians, Mrs. Van Tassel liked to tell her neighbors, they would always greet you with the same words, Verwene, Verwene, or thank you, thank you. In a world where proud Ohioans, moving so swiftly on the leading edge of their nation's history, regularly counted up one success after another, she could say that numbers did not matter. The fact that she brought 30 souls among the Ottawa to Christ did. 54. Isaac Van Tassel left the Maumee River Valley knowing he had done his best to save the Ottawa from the rush of time. His request to set aside a reserve for those wishing to remain in Ohio was at first met with the approval of the Presbyterian Synod. But then so many conditions were placed on the Ottawa who hoped to live there that none could accept the offer. The Synod demanded that the tribe build homes for themselves, clear fields for farming, and abandon their traditional ways. They must start religious instruction in the Christian faith and send their children to the white man's school. Above all else, they must stop drinking right away. Van Tassel knew that these changes could not be made overnight, but would take time. He was also concerned that local farmers were urging traders to boost the production and sale of whiskey to the Ottawa so they would never be acceptable to the Presbyterians. His plan for a reserve came to nothing. What would become of the poor Indians once they were dismissed from their valley, the Reverend could not foresee. But he believed a day of reckoning was coming, not for the tribes but for the United States. As Van Tassel explained, when I reflect that God is just, I tremble in view of those awful judgments that await our beloved country. 55. 10. The Wyandot farewell. With the Ottawa on their way out of the valley of the Maumee, there was only one tribe still left in Ohio, the Wyandot. About 700 members of the nation once known as the Huron were living on the Grand Reserve at Upper Sandusky and the smaller tract just to the north called Big Spring. More than any other tribe in Ohio, they had done everything asked of them by the American government. They had become successful farmers and now cultivated some of the best land in the state. Travelers to their country noticed the fine log houses with sash windows and stone chimneys, the acres of corn growing alongside apple orchards, and the herds of cattle and horses on the Wyandot reserves. 1. But this success stirred a great impatience in many of the American settlers who surrounded them. Any interest they might have had in civilizing the tribes ended once the Indian Removal Act was signed into law. Now their only concern was for the Wyandot to pack up and follow the Delaware, Seneca, Shawnee, and Ottawa west across the Mississippi River. Then all the farms and fields sitting on the richest soil in northwest Ohio would be theirs. The Wyandot who wanted to stay, slightly more than half of the tribe, could take some comfort that miracles did happen. They knew from the Bible that long ago Joshua had won a battle against the Amorites when the sun stood still. Even if no miracle of this magnitude occurred, they might still delay the Americans, who were so determined to take every acre in Ohio for themselves. Leaving Ohio would not be easy for a people who had made it their home for nearly a century. The country along the Sandusky, a Wyandot word meaning water within pools of water, had been a refuge for the tribe fleeing from the ravages of war. The Wyandot remembered that they once lived in towns far to the north along the Georgian Bay in Canada. But in 1648, the Iroquois attacked their villages, destroying most of them and forcing the Wyandot to abandon the rest. The Iroquois were determined to claim the western country as hunting grounds for themselves alone, thereby dominating the fur trade. Some Wyandot fled farther north toward Hudson Bay, others went east to Quebec, and a third group, the ancestors of the Ohio Wyandot, headed south of Lake Erie. But wherever they went, first to the Blue Ridge Mountains and later west to Green Bay, the Iroquois were never far behind. Finally, they found safety outside the walls of the new French fort at Detroit. But when other tribes crowded about the post, making hunting more difficult and fur trading less profitable, they followed French Jesuits to a new home along the Sandusky. Every Protestant minister who came among the Wyandot in Ohio saw the old people still wearing crucifixes and holding rosaries, and took note of the number who returned to Detroit each spring to celebrate Easter. The other Indians who found refuge in Ohio, but who were now all gone, respected the Wyandot for their courage and wisdom. They joined the Wyandot against the British during the French and Indian War and against the Americans during their Revolution. Together they continued the fight against the United States all the way to Fallen Timbers, giving up finally at Greenville. When the Ohio tribes split over Tecumseh and the Prophet a decade later, with many warriors following the Shawnee brothers, most of the Wyandot remained loyal to the Americans. Later, after peace was restored at Spring Wells, the Wyandot regained their position as the leader of the Indians in Ohio for the next 20 years. Even after the other tribes moved west in the 1830s, they still wanted the Wyandot to come live with them. The Shawnee and the Delaware were especially anxious for their grandfathers to give up the fight against the American settlers, who inched closer to their reserves every day. They even offered to sell some of their land along the Kansas River to the Wyandot. too. Nearly half of the Wyandot living in Ohio wanted to follow their brother tribes across the Mississippi River. Their leader was Chief Warpole, who a decade before had opposed the efforts of Reverend Finley to convert the tribe to the white man's religion. Even though he had joined the Methodist Church, he and his supporters still had many complaints about Ohio. Their main concern was the fact that American settlements were encroaching closer to the Wyandot reserves each year. Between 1825 and 1835, 5 new towns Marseilles, Timocty, McCutcheonville, Little Sandusky, and Wyandot had been established nearby. 9 townships around the tribe's Grand Reserve had been surveyed and opened for settlement. People were already buying plots of ground from the land office in Bucyrus and were even establishing farms in Crane Township, home of the Grand Reserve. The overland stagecoach route that connected Buffalo to Cincinnati ran straight through Upper Sandusky and made regular stops there. The Mad River Valley Railroad was laid out all the way to Tiffin, and would soon run a line east and west directly across the Grand Reserve, having obtained permission to do so from President Andrew Jackson himself. More and more whites came onto the reserve each day, renting land from the Wyandot or sharecropping for them. Some even hired themselves out as laborers on Wyandot farms. 3. The close proximity of so many whites brought whiskey to the reserves, and whiskey in turn brought violence. What seemed a necessity for settlers on the frontier was a curse for the Indians. Even the Methodist missionaries who had lived on the Grand Reserve for decades had not been able to stem the tide of traders coming into the Indian country to sell liquor. Drinking led to fighting and even murder. Many offenders spent time in the tribal jail, built high on a bluff overlooking the Sandusky River, awaiting trial and punishment. Members of the tribe who wanted to go west were generally sympathetic to the young men who got drunk and accidentally killed someone in a rage. They usually favored banishing the offender from the Grand Reserve, but the Wyandotte who wanted to stay in Ohio were less forgiving. They often demanded death for a murderer and carried out the sentence by firing squad. However, the tribe's leaders banded together whenever their young men were thrown into jail in an American settlement. Whether they supported or opposed removal, the chiefs went together to bail out their sons and defend them against whatever charges they faced. Point 4. Despite these problems, the Wyandotte who hoped to remain in Ohio argued that the tribe had accomplished great things since moving to their reserves at Upper Sandusky and Big Spring. Most of these Wyandotte were Methodists who had converted to the faith when James Finley, and before that John Stewart, lived among them. Even after Stewart died and Finley moved on to other assignments, the mission school remained open. All the government observers sent to report on the progress of the Wyandotte scholars were impressed with the determination of the children to master reading, writing, and arithmetic. A few of the students went on to become ministers, traders, and even lawyers. The mission church was still active, with many Wyandotte deeply devoted to their faith. James Wheeler, their current minister, had promised to follow his congregation west if the Wyandotte ever decided to head for Kansas. While their greatest preacher, Between the Logs, had died of consumption, new ministers, like Squire Gray Eyes and Matthew Peacock, had risen from the Wyandotte to take his place. Point 5. The Wyandotte who wanted to stay in Ohio were equally proud of how prosperous the tribe had become, especially since the Grand Reserve was divided among individual landowners in 1827. Most families had cleared at least 5 to 10 acres, and nearly every head of a household had multiple properties. Some individuals owned several farms with 75 to 100 improved acres each. Robert Robertale, son of Chief Squire Gray Eyes, had 2 of the biggest farms on the Grand Reserve. One was 56 acres and had 3 cabins and a stable, and the other was 65 acres with a hewed log house that was surrounded by pasture land. George Wright had one of the largest individual homesteads in Salem Township, a 125 1/2 acre farm that had a log home, a spring house, a deep well, a meadow for pasture, and 20 apple trees. All Wyandotte farmers, along with numerous settlers who rented property on the tribe's reserves, hauled their corn and wheat to a place called Indian Mill for grinding. The government had built the mill on the Sandusky River in Section 16 of Crane Township in accordance with a provision in the treaty at the foot of the rapids. Point 6. While the old tribal villages had disappeared, Upper Sandusky, or Mononkewa, as the Wyandotte called the town, on the western bank of the Sandusky River became the cultural center of the Grand Reserve. The Wyandotte built a new council house, one of the finest public buildings in the region, at the center of the town. It was 1.5 stories high, with a wide porch and dormers on the second floor that let in the light. Here the tribe gathered to debate the great issues of the day, most notably whether they should remain in Ohio or leave for the far west. Here they also agreed on a new method for choosing a head chief. When Tarhe's successor, Deonquad, died, they decided the tribe's leader would no longer be chosen from only 2 royal clans, the Wolf and the Porcupine, but could instead be selected from any of the 7 surviving clans. The chief's position would also be changed from a lifetime appointment to a 1-year term. On January 1, the tribe would vote for a new head chief and 6 other chiefs who would act as his council of advisors during the upcoming year. Just as important, there was the Walker's store near the council house. The family used a portion of the tribe's yearly annuities to purchase items in New York City, and then sold them to the Indians for a very small profit, an arrangement that ensured high-quality, reasonably priced goods. The Walkers also established the Overland Inn on the stagecoach route that ran through Upper Sandusky, where guests could buy food, drink, and a bed for the night. 7. Colonel James Gardner had cared about none of this when he headed to the Grand Reserve in the early fall of 1831 to negotiate a treaty that would remove the Wyandotte west of the Mississippi River. For him, the Wyandotte were simply the last tribe on the list slated for removal from Ohio. They also happened to be sitting on some of the best farmland in the state. He knew that a treaty with the Wyandot would be highly important to both Ohio and the United States, and even calculated how much money the government would make by selling the Grand Reserve at Upper Sandusky. At the rate of 70 cents per acre, the Wyandot's land, which he estimated to be 162,000 acres, would yield about $113,000. Even after calculating the cost of all contingencies, this would still leave a large balance in favor of the United States. Gardner had no doubt that he was the man to win the treaty that would make these high profits possible. With the exception of the Ottawa of the lower Maumee River Valley, he had successfully negotiated removal treaties with all the other Ohio tribes. He had worked out these treaties like clockwork at regular 3-week intervals throughout the summer of 1831. The mixed band of Shawnee and Seneca from Lewistown had signed theirs on July 20, the Shawnee of Wapakoneta and Hog Creek on August 8, and the Ottawa of the Auglaize and Upper Maumee on August 30. As he headed for Upper Sandusky in late September 1831, he was certain that he would have a deal with the Wyandot well before he had to escort the Shawnee, Ottawa, and Seneca to their new homes in Kansas and Oklahoma. 8. But Gardner quickly discovered that the Wyandot were not as easy to handle as the other tribes. He called them a wise, intelligent, and crafty people who could best him on every point. Before they would even begin a serious discussion about removal, they demanded that a delegation of their leading citizens be sent west to see if this new land was worth anything. 9 Since he badly wanted a treaty that would complete his work among the Ohio tribes, Gardner had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands of the Wyandot. The tribe chose 5 men, among them William Walker, Jr., to lead the expedition across the Mississippi. While Walker openly opposed removal, he promised to fairly evaluate the western country and report his findings to the tribe. As Gardner prepared to head west with the delegation, he did not understand how much the Wyandot respected Walker. He was the son of William Walker Sr., who had been taken as a boy on the Virginia frontier, and his Wyandot wife, Catherine Rankin. The younger Walker was a devout Methodist and proud supporter of the mission school, where he had worked as a teacher and where his children were educated. He had continued his studies in literature and language as an adult. He was known for his intelligent conversation, his poetry, and his fluency in English, French, and Wyandot. He often served as an interpreter and secretary for government officials during their negotiations with the Ohio tribes. Walker was also a successful businessman who managed the tribe's store in Mononkew and who helped his sister Nancy and her husband, William Garrett, run the Overland Inn. He built one of the finest frame homes in Northwest Ohio, served as U.S. Postmaster for Upper Sandusky, and was a founding member of a Masonic lodge on the Grand Reserve. 10. William Walker and the rest of the Wyandot delegation headed for Kansas with Colonel Gardner in the fall of 1831. They planned to be in the far west for about 6 weeks and would return to Ohio around Christmas time. The exploring party made its way to the juncture of the Kansas and Missouri rivers and then headed farther to the northwest along the Platte. The Wyandot were impressed with the soil, which in most places was deep and black, but they were worried about the steep, treeless ravines. The trees that did grow there were only good for firewood. The Wyandot were also disappointed when they could find no sugar maples. They finally did find a few of them, 30 to be exact, but they were spread out across 10 acres. The wildlife also seemed sparse. They saw many deer, raccoons, and bears, but knowing what good hunters they were, the Wyandot said these animals would soon disappear if the tribe emigrated west. Yet, what most troubled the Wyandot were the Missourians, who spoke openly that the Indians were a nuisance and a curse to the state. The worst were the poor whites, who had come up from the south to settle, whom Walker described as an abandoned, dissolute and wicked class of people. They would undoubtedly have only one thing to trade with the Wyandot, and that would be whiskey. Walker noted, too, that many people in Missouri were slaveholders, the greatest and most merciless oppressors of Indians among all the American population. He considered whites who owned slaves the moving force behind the removal of the tribes. If the Wyandot left for Kansas, the slaveholders, having filled up the country from Georgia to Arkansas with their cotton plantations, would be waiting for them. The tribe would be caught in the crossfire between white planters and slaves, who would escape to the tribe's new reserve, just as they escaped to Negro Town north of Upper Sandusky. Who would keep the peace? Surely not the soldiers at Fort Leavenworth, Walker answered. They couldn't even keep whiskey out of the hands of traitors. How could they protect the Wyandot from clashing with poor whites, wealthy slaveholders, and runaway slaves? 20 years before it actually happened, William Walker clearly envisioned his people trapped in Bleeding Kansas 11. Another terrible irony in Kansas that Walker and his fellow Wyandot could clearly see, but which advocates of Indian removal could not understand, was that those who favored the removal of the eastern tribes to the western plains argued that this would give the Indians a chance to become civilized, meaning the Indians would give up the ways of the warrior and hunter, and settle down as farmers and ranchers. Walker and his companions knew they were more civilized than the poor whites they passed in Missouri and far more cultured than the pioneers who were trying to scratch out a life for themselves in the woods around the Grand Reserve. Because they were so advanced, and in fact were already substantial landowners, the Wyandot had nothing in common with the nomadic tribes who lived between Kansas and the Rocky Mountains. Walker even referred to these Indians as savages. On the return trip to Ohio, when the Wyandot delegation stopped in St. Louis to visit William Clark, Walker observed Flathead Indians who had come all the way from the Rockies to learn more about the white man's religion. He wrote to a friend back east about these wild people who flattened the backs of their heads and who hoped to become Christians. His letter was published in a Methodist newspaper, which encouraged the movement of missionaries and settlers to the Oregon Territory. 12. As the Wyandot made their way from St. Louis to Upper Sandusky, Colonel Gardner was unaware of Walker's opinions and was still certain he could negotiate a removal treaty with the tribe in 4 to 5 weeks. When he learned that Walker meant to oppose him in future councils, Gardner exploded in a rage and poured out his frustration in angry letters to the War Department, claiming that the delegation had only good things to say about the western country when they met with Clark. The Indians had so enjoyed hunting bears in western Missouri that Gardner had never been able to move them very far up the Kansas River. They never saw the country where they would probably be moving, and so he could not report fairly on it. He was so angry at William Walker that he had another member of the exploring party and Henry Brioche, who had met the group in St. Louis when he was taking the Seneca to their new reserve, swear out depositions attesting that the Wyandot loved the western country. He went on to complain that Walker was against removal because he was a half-blood, actually more white than Indian, and thus never had any intention of leaving Ohio. He railed against the whites who had intermarried with the Wyandot and who were trying hard to keep the tribe in the state. They did this only so they could continue collecting annuities from the government along with the rest of the tribe. Gardner was now convinced that if he only negotiated with full-bloods, whom he called the pagan or savage party, since many of them were not Christians, he could convince them to give up their land in Ohio and move west. 13. Like many Americans who supported the removal of the eastern tribes, Gardner could not comprehend that the Wyandot had more in common with the settlers who surrounded them than with the Indian tribes of the far west. They had been fierce warriors and able hunters during the long years of fighting with the French and the English, but those days had ended for most of the tribe after Greenville and for the rest of the tribe after Springwells. In just 20 years, since the close of the War of 1812, they had become some of the wealthiest people in Ohio. Their homes, farms, and orchards were a source of wonder for every passing traveler to behold. During the entire time they lived in Ohio, whether as wild Indians or settled farmers, they had always accepted whites into their tribe. More than any other Indians that lived in Ohio, the Wyandot protected whites, mainly women and children, who had been captured on the frontier. They often saved captives of other Indians and adopted them as full members of their tribe. When peace came to Ohio after the War of 1812, the Wyandot frequently intermarried with pioneer families who lived near them as well as with the now grown children of Methodist missionaries. Some of the most respected families on the Grand Reserve could boast Indian and white ancestors. 14. Along with the Walkers, the Armstrong family was another good example of mixed bloods among the Wyandot. The founder of the clan was Robert Armstrong, who had been captured by Delaware Indians on the Ohio frontier when he was only 4. He was ransomed by the Wyandot and lived among them for the rest of his life, eventually marrying Sarah Zane, a granddaughter of Tarhi the Crane. His son, John Armstrong, had been educated at the mission school and was now a practicing attorney in Bucyrus. His other son, Silas, owned one of the best farms on the Grand Reserve and had accompanied his friend William Walker Jr. west to Kansas. 15 Like Walker, Armstrong saw no reason why the Wyandot, who had done everything the Americans had asked of them and who were now respectable citizens of Ohio, whether recognized as such or not, should have to leave. Only a misguided romanticism which demanded that Indians of the present must be like Indians of the past could drive the Wyandot across the Mississippi River. But Colonel Gardner saw no contradiction in the government's position. He had been sent among the Wyandot, civilized or not, to convince them to sell their land. If he could not get the Grand Reserve out of the clutches of the half-breed Christian party, then he would negotiate with the full-bloods who lived at Big Spring and take their reserve away from them. Between the logs had won this small tract, slightly less than a full township just north of the Grand Reserve, during the treaty negotiations at St. Mary's in 1818. The place got its name from the big spring that formed the headwaters of the Blanchard River. On January 19, 1832, just 3 weeks after returning with the exploring party from the western country, Gardner signed a treaty with the Wyandot of Big Spring at McCutcheonville, named for its founder, Joseph McCutcheon, who was a justice of the peace and active participant in the negotiations. A careful look at the opening lines of the treaty gives a clear picture of the arguments that Gardner must have used to convince the Wyandot to sell their land. This little band, surrounded by whites whose numbers were ever increasing, would never be happy in Ohio. In order to preserve the morals of their people from the corrupting influence of the whites, they were willing to sell the 16,000 acres of the Big Spring Reserve to the United States, which was willing to purchase it. The government would immediately survey the land into sections and open them for settlement. The Wyandot would receive $1.25 in U.S. silver coins for every acre sold. 1/2 section, or 320 acres, would be set aside for the old chief Ronunas, who would be allowed to live out the remainder of his days there. The Wyandot would also be paid for any improvements on their land, with McCutcheon acting as surveyor along with another person chosen by the Wyandot. Gardner, who had been so careful to follow Cass's original instructions, wrote no provision in the treaty for a specific grant of land in the west that the Wyandot would receive in exchange for Big Spring. Instead, the treaty stated that they could head to Canada or the Huron River in the Michigan Territory, where their relatives lived, or they could obtain land from another Indian tribe. Gardner later told the War Department that the Wyandot of Upper Sandusky were so furious at their brethren from Big Spring for signing the treaty that they threatened to drive them away or even kill them. They only relented, he claimed, when they realized that profits from the sale of Big Spring could supplement the tribe's annuities. They then welcomed the Big Spring Wyandot to live with them on the Grand Reserve. 16. In reality, William Walker Jr., on behalf of his tribe, had written immediately to Elbert Herring, Commissioner of Indian Affairs, asking him why a treaty had been written with the Wyandot at Big Spring, and who gave Joseph McCutcheon the authority to participate in the negotiations. Instead of a direct answer to either question, Herring reminded Walker that the removal of the Indians was the policy of the government, explaining it was mutually beneficial to the tribes and our people, meaning the Americans. As head of the Office of Indian Affairs, he was grateful to Joseph McCutcheon or any individual who helped negotiate a removal treaty. After all, this was being done for the good of everyone. Herring then concluded his letter with a sarcastic jab. If Walker or anyone else would like to help with removal, their services would be greatly appreciated. 17. The Wyandot who wished to remain in Ohio could take some comfort that they had at least learned two valuable lessons in their dealings with Gardner. First, they realized that they could use the negotiating process to delay removal and perhaps even prevent it. Second, they could sell part of their land to the government if they ever needed ready cash. The Wyandotte employed the delaying tactic 2 years later, when the next round of commissioners arrived in Upper Sandusky demanding the surrender of the Grand Reserve. Settlers in northwest Ohio, eyeing the valuable property of the Wyandotte and dreaming of their own prosperous farms there, petitioned the state government in Columbus to remove the tribe. On January 18, 1834, almost 2 years to the day since an angry James Gardner won the cession of Big Spring from the Wyandotte, the state legislature passed a resolution asking the federal government to reopen negotiations with the tribe for their removal. Jackson's administration welcomed Ohio's request as proof of the wisdom of its Indian policy. Exactly 5 months later, Congress appropriated money to pay for the negotiations, and Lewis Cass appointed Robert Lucas, the first Democratic governor of Ohio and a staunch Jackson man, as the next commissioner to try and negotiate the removal of the Wyandotte. 18. Secretary of War Lewis Cass was as clear in his instructions to Governor Lucas as he had been to Colonel Gardner. Since the Wyandotte were among the last tribes remaining in the East, they must be speedily removed. Lucas was to tell them how they were surrounded by dense settlements of Americans bent on destroying them. Cass promised to send a map indicating where all the other tribes had agreed to live. Only the Wyandotte, Menominee, and the New York Indians had not yet chosen new reserves across the Mississippi River. Cass was so anxious for the removal process to be over that he promised the Wyandotte that they could have any piece of territory still available equaling 148,000 acres, his estimate of the size of the Grand Reserve, and up to 74,000 acres more. The Wyandotte chiefs could also decide whether they wanted to remove their people themselves, or be conducted west by government agents. But no matter what the chiefs decided, the government would support the Wyandotte financially for 1 year once they reached their new home in the far west. 19. Confident that with terms like these he would have more success with the Wyandotte than Gardner had had, Governor Lucas notified John McKelvin, who was the Indian agent for the state of Ohio, to gather the tribe for a council in Upper Sandusky in the late summer of 1834. McKelvin warned Lucas that negotiations might not go well, since another exploring party had just returned from the west. Much as William Walker had described the country nearly 3 years previously, the two chiefs just back from Kansas drew a stark picture of the place as worthless country. One of these men was Sumyandiwat, a full-blooded chief deeply respected by his tribe, who put to rest Gardner's argument that only half-breeds who intermarried with whites would want to stay in Ohio. The two chiefs had spoken about their trip to the entire tribe in a meeting that lasted from sunup to sundown, admitting that while there were a few good streams and quarries in Kansas, overall the land could not compare with Ohio. When his council with the tribe opened on September 23, Governor Lucas attempted to counter this dark picture of the far west. He laid out the map Cass had sent him showing where the Wyandotte might settle. This wide and extended country was perfect for grazing large herds of horses and cattle, and Lucas added that Congress was presently debating a bill which would allow the Indians to set up their own territorial government in the far west. He concluded with an argument he was certain no Wyandotte could refute. "Look around the council house," he said, "at the handful of people who are left from this once mighty tribe." He then pointed to the west and told the Wyandotte to go there and plant the last remnant of their nation in its soil, because only then would the tribe flourish once again. The governor made one more promise. Any chiefs who had received grants of land in previous treaties could stay behind and become citizens of Ohio. 20. Henry Jacques, the tribe's current head chief, answered that the Wyandotte would need several weeks to consider everything they had heard. A disappointed Governor Lucas returned to Columbus, hoping to continue the negotiations in late October. He noticed the tribe seemed evenly split on the matter of removal. As he explained to Lewis Cass, some are anxious to join their brethren in the West, while others are loath to abandon the land of their fathers. But as of now, they were in no hurry to decide one way or the other. Lucas would travel back to Upper Sandusky in late October, and maybe then, after they had received their annuity payments, the tribe would be more amenable to removal. 21. But when he arrived back at the Wyandotte Council House on October 23, Lucas learned that the tribe had no intention of moving west. They had chosen Samyendiwat to explain their position. The young chief said that his people had discussed the matter for 3 full days. They had taken a vote on removal, and the result was negative. How had they come to this conclusion when Governor Lucas had described so powerfully that they were a nation on the brink of extinction? Samyendiwat said they remembered something a young man had told them after they signed the treaty at the foot of the rapids in 1817. At the time, the young man worked in the Indian service at Detroit, and told the Wyandotte never to part with their reservation. They saw no reason to ignore his advice, even though he was now the Secretary of War and had changed his mind on the question of removal. 22. In the Wyandotte's opinion, they had made an irrefutable argument to Governor Lucas. Lewis Cass, who had sent Lucas to buy the Grand Reserve, was the same man who had once told them never to sell their land. No matter what Lucas argued from this point forward, the Wyandotte would not listen, at least not at the present time. The desperate governor launched a series of questions at them. Are you more prosperous now than you were 5 years ago? Aren't you more in debt than you were then? Don't you want to live on land you have chosen and under laws you have written? Samyendiwat answered that a vote of the entire nation had been taken and could not now be overturned. 23. For their part, the Wyandotte had survived 2 official attempts to remove them from Ohio. They had also learned the value of delay in extending negotiations to the point at which the government retreated, probably only for the moment and certainly to return at a later date. Before that happened, the Wyandotte who wanted to stay in Ohio, still slightly more than half of them, hoped to strengthen the tribe's position by making improvements on the Grand Reserve, specifically to the mission school, to the Indian mill on the Sandusky River, and to the many roads that connected farms around Upper Sandusky. The tribe's annuities, however, were not enough to fund these projects. When William Walker Jr. became head chief in January 1836, he decided to raise these much-needed funds by implementing the second lesson Colonel Gardner had taught them at McCutcheonville. He would sell part of the Wyandotte's remaining land to the government to procure enough money to make the necessary improvements. Along with John Barnett and Matthew Peacock, he headed for the War Department in Washington, where he offered to sell 2 tracts of Wyandotte land in exchange for money paid directly to the chiefs. Cass, serving in his final days as Jackson's Secretary of War, appointed John Bryan to negotiate the treaty with the Wyandotte. Bryan had served as Governor Lucas's secretary during the failed negotiations just 2 years earlier. On April 23, 1836, William Walker Jr., John Barnett, and Matthew Peacock signed a treaty that would bring much-needed revenue to their tribe. The Wyandotte chiefs agreed to sell a 5-mile-wide strip on the eastern edge of the Grand Reserve to the United States. They also gave up the 1-mile-square tract in the Cranberry Swamp on Broken Sword Creek won in the Treaty of St. Mary's in 1818. The strip at the eastern edge of the Grand Reserve would be opened for immediate settlement. Officials appointed to oversee the survey and sale of the tract would be chosen by the President, the Senate, and the Wyandotte chiefs. Records of the land sale would be carefully maintained. If the chiefs were dissatisfied with how the sale was proceeding, they could stop it and report their concerns to the War Department. In turn, the War Department would notify the President, who would set a new date for the sale. 24. The details of the treaty showed just how much the younger Walker distrusted the American government. He made sure the agreement clearly stated that up to $20,000 of the profits from the land sale would go directly to the chiefs, who would use the money specifically for the mission school, the Indian mill, and the roads on the Grand Reserve. Walker further added a provision that would resolve a long-standing conflict between the Wyandotte and the government. In the treaty signed at the foot of the rapids, 7 Wyandotte chiefs had each been promised 2 sections of land in the tribe's new reserves, yet these tracts had never been assigned. Just a year earlier, in February 1835, Warpole, Mononkeau, John Hicks, George Punch, and Matthews, along with the descendants of Between the Logs and Deonquad, had sent a petition to the War Department asking for their land and the right to sell one of the sections for money for their old age. William Walker Jr. won a guarantee from the government that the 5 surviving chiefs and the designated heirs of the 2 deceased chiefs would each receive 640 acres in the surrendered territory. This would secure several $100s for each man and would also give Walker the satisfaction of making the government live up to its promises. 25. But Walker's treaty did not stop the determination of people in Ohio to take the Grand Reserve away from the Wyandot. When the original architects of Indian removal left office, local politicians came forward to take their place. In 1836, Cass stepped down as Secretary of War in order to become the ambassador to France. In the same year, Andrew Jackson chose not to run for a third term and planned instead to retire to the Hermitage, his plantation in Tennessee, while Governor Lucas was defeated in his bid for re-election by his Whig opponent, Joseph Vance. In the absence of so many former leaders, Congressman William H. Hunter of Sandusky took up the challenge to rid his state of this once great people. Elected as a Democrat to the House of Representatives in November 1836, he dedicated himself to winning the final purchase of the Grand Reserve from the Wyandot. Joseph McCutcheon, who had helped James Gardner negotiate the sale of Big Spring, and Henry Brioche, the Indian agent who had taken the Seneca west to the part of Indian Territory that is now Oklahoma, were equally determined to push the Wyandot out of Ohio. They believed they could accomplish this by buying tribal land from chiefs who supported removal. In 1837, instead of treating with John Barrett, the tribe's current head chief and his ruling council, which included William Walker Jr., they negotiated with Walpole, a known advocate of removal, and several chiefs who agreed with him. When the Wyandot ruling council learned of the transaction, they disavowed the sale and placed Walpole and his top supporter, Standing Stone, under arrest in the tribe's jail on the Grand Reserve, on the grounds that they had violated the law, recently passed by the tribe, which mandated that no individual Wyandot could sell land to the Americans. This new law was in keeping with the government's long-standing policy that Indians could only sell their land as a tribe to the United States and not to individuals. A date for a tribal council was set to determine the fate of Walpole and Standing Stone. But before this could take place, McCutcheon and Brioche had a judge issue a writ of habeas corpus, which released the imprisoned chiefs. Both sides petitioned Joel Roberts Poinsett, the new Secretary of War under President Martin Van Buren, for his support. The War Department directed the local district attorney to decide the matter, and he ruled that the Wyandot were fully under the laws of the state of Ohio and had no right to pass their own statutes. Individual Wyandots were free to sell land to anyone as they saw fit. A triumphant Walpole now forwarded petitions, signed by Wyandot men and women who wanted to move west, to the government, and planned to go to Washington, to explain to President Van Buren what had transpired. A horrified William Walker Jr., acting on behalf of the Wyandot's head chief and the other members of the ruling council, wrote to the people of Ohio in an article published in the Ohio State Journal, Columbus, on September 16, 1837. Calling himself one of the nation, he explained how the Indian tribes had always sold their land to the United States, not to individuals, and that this policy was being violated on the Grand Reserve in a desperate effort to force his people off their land. He now asked the people of Ohio a direct question: did they want the Wyandot to remain in their state? He concluded his powerful essay with the confident belief that their answer would be yes. 26. With the tribe deadlocked, the many Wyandot who were opposed to removal believed the political tide would soon turn in their favor. Andrew Jackson's Democratic Party finally appeared on the brink of losing the White House and the Congress, and if the Wyandot could survive every attempt to remove them until this happened, then they could stay in Ohio forever. The next attempt came from William Hunter, who remained determined to rid Ohio of the Wyandot. Even after he lost his bid for re-election to Congress in November 1838, he met with the tribe in a 5-day council in the following May, urging them to move west. He took another exploring party across the Mississippi and later claimed he won an agreement from the Shawnee and Delaware to sell 55,000 acres in Kansas to the tribe. Luckily for the Wyandot who wanted to stay in Ohio, The Office of Indian Affairs ignored Hunter's unofficial efforts to remove them. 27. But the tribe faced a more serious threat when the lame duck Democratic Congress appropriated $3,000 on March 3, 1841, to pay for more negotiations with the tribe. The Wyandot held out hope that their old friend William Henry Harrison, who would be inaugurated as the new Whig president on the following day, would remember how Tarhi and his warriors had fought at his side against Tecumseh and the British in the last days of the War of 1812. Harrison would surely overturn the policy of Jackson and his party and let the tribe stay on the Grand Reserve. Sadly for the Wyandot who had such faith in him, the new president had no intention of changing the nation's Indian policy. Instead, he had already told John Johnston, whom he had known since they were both boys on the Ohio frontier, that he would hire him to negotiate treaties with the Wyandot, undoubtedly for the purpose of removing them. Johnston had come to Washington after the election seeking such a position. On March 26 Harrison's Secretary of War, John Bell, appointed Johnston as the commissioner who would negotiate the final treaty with the Wyandot. Johnston headed back to Upper Sandusky, determined to remove the tribe from the state. 28. Johnston was convinced that the Wyandot must go west for their own sake. If they did not leave Ohio soon, they would be overrun by American settlers and would literally disappear as a people. He knew the tribe was evenly divided over the prospect of removal, and believed he could tip the balance in favor of removal, because he understood the Wyandot better than the previous commissioners. As an old Indian agent, he also believed he could argue better than any chief and outlast them when they tried to delay the inevitable. Even if the negotiations took a year or more, he would win the removal treaty that younger men in the opposing party had failed to achieve. As he would later explain to the War Department, "I never yet failed in any undertaking with them. Patience, perseverance, and fair dealing will accomplish anything with them but cannot be hurried." In the end, the removal treaty became a matter of personal honor for Johnston, the last survivor of Wayne's army in the Miami River Valley, as he proudly described himself to be the person who removed the last Indian from Ohio. 29. Thomas Hartley Crawford, now serving as Commissioner of Indian Affairs under John Tyler, who became president in 1841 after the unexpected death of William Henry Harrison, was even more dedicated to Indian removal than his predecessors. He had made a name for himself as a congressman from eastern Pennsylvania who voted for Jackson's Indian removal bill over the objections of his own constituents. Instead of slowing down removal, he wanted the process expedited, always claiming he was doing this to protect and civilize the Indians. He gave Johnston detailed instructions on how to remove the Wyandot from Ohio. First, Johnston was to do everything in his power to obtain the 109,144 acres that he calculated the Wyandot still owned. As Crawford simply put it, the object is the cession of all their lands in Ohio. Second, he told Johnston what the government was willing to offer in return for this land. The tribe's annuities would be raised from $6,900 to $12,000. The Wyandot could deduct $2,000 from this amount to operate a school for their children. They would receive another $2,000 annually for the next 10 years to buy farm equipment. Furthermore, all debts up to $10,000 would be paid off. The tribe would not be rushed west, but would have 2 years to move. Once they were across the Mississippi, the government would support them for 1 year and ensure that no white settlers encroached on their land. They would also receive a sawmill, a grist mill, and a blacksmith's shop with a blacksmith, whose salary would be paid by the government. Finally, and perhaps most important, Crawford told Johnston that he was not to allow any more Wyandot to go west in exploring parties. Enough Wyandot had already traveled across the Mississippi, and sending another group would be a waste of time. Johnston was only to relent if the matter became a sine qua non for a final treaty. He could also offer an extra half-section of 320 acres to every adult with a family to sweeten the deal. 30. With these instructions in hand, Colonel Johnston arrived in Upper Sandusky in May 1841. He found the Wyandot greatly changed from the days when he was their Indian agent more than a dozen years before. he was most surprised to see that they were not so much surrounded by whites as intermarried with them. These many half-breeds and quadroons, as Johnston described them, had a great influence over the tribe. Instead of fearing the whites who daily drew closer to Upper Sandusky, they actually encouraged them to move on to the Grand Reserve as tenant farmers and day laborers. The tribe also now had a fellow Wyandot, John Armstrong, as their attorney. He came to the negotiations armed with facts and figures to confirm how valuable his tribe's land truly was. 31. Armstrong shared the same facts and figures with the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. He wrote to Crawford in June 1841, reminding him that the Grand Reserve was in the heart of a flourishing country. The land had many natural advantages, such as its superior soil and abundant streams, and also man-made assets, such as buildings and roads. At a public auction, the Grand Reserve would go for at least $5 an acre, and even if the government only got $4 per acre, the United States would still collect over $430,000. After estimating that the tribe's removal costs, including annuities, travel expenses, debt payment, subsistence for 1 year, and surveying and land sale costs, would amount to $125,000, not $300,000, as Johnston had estimated, Armstrong concluded that the government would still clear a hefty profit. If the government invested this money, it would provide the Wyandot with a permanent annuity of $20,000.32. Johnston wrote Commissioner Hartley, too, promising he could get a treaty, even in the face of so many Wyandot half-breeds and their attorney. He would accomplish this by convincing the tribe that they were a disappearing people, and by reminding them that 40 years ago, before Tippecanoe and the War of 1812, there were at least 2,500 Wyandot, but that no more than 700 or 800 were left, just a third of the tribe that Johnston had known as a young man. Maybe the half-breeds and their leaders, such as the current head chief, John Hicks, were educated, well-informed and intelligent, but the pure Indians, who made up at least half of the tribe, were abandoned, degraded, drunk, vagrant men and women. These people were suffering from the withering effect of the nation's Indian policy, and would benefit from a speedy removal to the west. Having identified the deep division within the tribe, Colonel Johnston proposed a deal that he thought a majority of Wyandot would accept. He asked that their annuity be raised to $15,000. He agreed with John Armstrong that the government could afford a higher annuity even if the Grand Reserve sold for only $4 an acre. A tidy profit would still be left over for the U.S. Treasury. The government would be able to make even more money on the sale of the Wyandot tract along the Huron River in the Michigan Territory. Johnston was certain that the band would emigrate with their relatives in Ohio and asked Commissioner Crawford for permission to treat with them. 33. Johnston and Crawford argued back and forth throughout the summer of 1841 over what else the government should offer the Wyandot to convince them to leave. Crawford commissioned Johnston to negotiate a removal treaty with the Wyandot band living in Michigan, but he refused to increase their annuities any higher than $12,000, as he was not sure the Grand Reserve would fetch a high price. Land around Bucyrus, including the Big Spring Reserve, was only selling for $2.78 an acre. Crawford told Johnston to remind the Wyandot that they would receive the same amount of land in the west that they held in the east. The government would auction the Grand Reserve within 1 year after the tribe left for Kansas. Once all the removal costs were deducted from the total, the remaining funds would be invested to provide an annual 5% return for the Wyandot. But because he sympathized with the Wyandot, and did not want to rob them, Crawford offered to sell them more land in the west at $1.25 an acre. Johnston responded that demanding payment for extra land in Kansas would be unanimously rejected by my Indians. 34. The old agent was correct. The Wyandot rejected any discussion of making them pay for more land and held firm to their demand for a $20,000 annuity. After meeting with the Wyandot in councils for several months, Johnston went home to his farm in Piqua, hoping to resume negotiations sometime after Christmas. He was frustrated that the Wyandot, both the advanced half-breeds and the degraded full-bloods, as he designated them, did not seem to understand what was happening around them. While Johnston worried that the Mad River Railroad would soon cross the western boundary of the Grand Reserve, the half-breeds looked forward to this, because the value of their land would increase. In a similar way, the full-bloods failed to comprehend how much the encroaching whites were changing the land around the Grand Reserve. Trees were coming down, farmsteads were going up, and everywhere the wild fur-bearing animals were disappearing. Instead, they had just gone off on their annual hunt in September as if nothing had changed in Northwest Ohio in the last 30 years. 35. But Colonel Johnston was wrong if he believed that the Wyandotte were unaware of the changes. They had been involved in a great debate among themselves about these changes and what they meant for the future of their tribe since coming to live on the Grand Reserve 25 years earlier. They may have delayed negotiations on their possible removal by raising the stakes over the size of their annuities, but they continued to discuss whether they should remain in Ohio or leave for Kansas. In November 1841, they finally decided to authorize their chiefs to enter into treaty negotiations with the United States to sell their land in Ohio and then head west across the Mississippi River. They were currently in discussions with the Shawnee and Delaware to buy land from one or both of the tribes. They were also now willing to accept an increase of their annuities to only $17,500. The Wyandotte chiefs informed Johnston of all this after the new year in 1842, and chided him a bit for his impatience by reminding him how a democracy works. While they knew he was clearly in favor of removal, they explained that in a democracy, whether that of the United States or the Wyandotte Nation, the majority rules. We hold it as a rule that when a question of importance is submitted to the nation for its decision, the minority, however respectable its numbers and intelligence, must acquiesce in the decision, be what it may, and must cooperate with the majority in sustaining that decision. 36. The Wyandotte, however, did not tell Colonel Johnston what had caused the shift in favor of removal. The change had come after the murder of their beloved chief Sumyndewut. He had been a man at home in two worlds, both among the full-bloods, who usually supported removal, and among the Christians, who with rare exceptions, like Warpole, opposed it. Sumyndewut was a tall man, at least 6 feet, who always wore a traditional feather headdress. He had an excellent memory and could recall the history and legends of his tribe with ease. But he was also a devout Methodist, a gifted preacher, and a trustee of the Mission Church. In the fall of 1841, he had gone west to Williams County on his tribe's winter hunt. He invited Nancy Coon and her husband, Tall Fighter, a Seneca Indian who was the brother of his wife Mary, to come with him. On their way back to the Grand Reserve, they stopped near Turkey Foot Creek in Henry County. When two white men came upon their camp, Sumyndewut offered them food and invited them to rest. During the night, the men murdered the chief and his brother-in-law with an axe as they slept. Nancy escaped into the woods, but they caught up with her and murdered her, too. They fled with the furs that Sumyndewut had collected, along with his horses and dogs. On the following day, the Wyandotte came looking for their chief and his companions, and found them buried under logs and fallen leaves. The two criminals were later captured and jailed, but local officials let them escape. The murder of Sumyndewut and the escape of his murderers shook the Wyandotte to their very core. Suddenly, all the warnings from government officials about the dangers of white people creeping closer to their reserve made sense. Many who had opposed removal were now prepared to vote for it. 37. At the same time, Colonel Johnston had an experience that made him determined to negotiate a treaty with the Wyandotte. In the early winter of 1842, he was riding on a bridge over a swift-moving stream when his horse stumbled and fell over the edge. Johnston went under the water with the horse. Try as he might, he could not pull his right foot free from the stirrup. Finally, with only seconds to spare, he got loose and rose to the surface. He and his horse swam back to shore and rode 14 miles in the bitter cold to his home. His leg was severely injured, and it took several weeks for him to recover. 38 But his brush with death seemed to embolden him. As much as it pained the old public servant, he decided to ignore the last set of instructions from Commissioner Crawford. He knew the Wyandotte would never accept Crawford's complicated formula for their annuities. They had to have a set amount paid to them annually. If the government did not relent on this point, then, there would be no chance for a treaty. He strongly believed that failure to win a treaty would be a tragedy for the Wyandotte. He now saw the tribe as victims of vile whites, the most abandoned of their race, who had invaded their land as renters, croppers, and squatters. Johnston counted at least 400 of these degraded people on the Grand Reserve. They had turned Upper Sandusky into an asylum for every species of lawless violence, the kind of violence that had taken the life of Sumyundiwud. Johnston was horrified when he learned of the murder of the chief and his companions. He tracked down one of the escaped killers to the county jail in Perrysburg, Ohio, where he was being held for counterfeiting, but no official in Tyler's administration would help Johnston prosecute him for the murders. This further convinced Johnston that the Wyandotte would only be safe if they sold their remaining land in Ohio and headed west, where they could retain their tribal identity, unsullied by the presence of poor whites. The more advanced Wyandotte could begin again in their new home, while the less advanced would have time to settle down, give up their old ways, and learn to become civilized at last. Then, too, the Grand Reserve could be opened for settlement by decent, hard-working Americans. 39. In early March, Johnston made his own offer to the Wyandotte. The tribe would cede all land in Ohio and Michigan for an equal amount of territory across the Mississippi River. They could choose their new home from land unclaimed by other eastern tribes. Johnston also proposed that several acres of the Grand Reserve, containing the Methodist Church and tribal cemeteries, be permanently set aside. The Wyandotte would forever own this land, which could never be sold. Acknowledging the importance of the mission school, Johnston promised that the government would give $500 a year for a new school in the western country. Lastly, acknowledging the hard work that the Wyandotte had invested in their land at Upper Sandusky, he vowed that the president would appoint honest people to assess the tribe's improvements and pay a fair price, and that they would receive this money as soon as they arrived across the Mississippi. The tribe's annuities would also be raised to $17,500.40. The Wyandotte chiefs met in council with Johnston throughout the first week of March. They also met in councils with their own people. Finally, on March 17, 1842, they gathered the men together in the council house to vote on the question of removal. Those who were in favor moved to one side of the room, while those who opposed it went to the other. For the first time in voting, the balance tipped in favor of leaving Ohio by a slight majority. No one rejoiced, but instead nearly every man cried. The Wyandotte who had opposed removal accepted the decision and wept with those who had supported it. The chiefs then worked out the final details of the treaty with Johnston. Most of the provisions that Johnston had proposed in the last round of negotiations, along with some additional promises on the part of the government, were included. The Wyandotte would be able to harvest their crops planted in the upcoming year, and could use the improvements on their land until the spring of 1844. The chiefs would also receive an extra $10,000 to help their people during the removal process. They would receive $5,000 when the first group of Wyandotte left the Grand Reserve, and the rest when the entire nation assembled west of the Mississippi. 41. As they had done since they signed the treaty at the foot of the rapids, the Wyandotte used the negotiations to guarantee property to certain members of the tribe by birth or adoption. 24 individuals would receive 640 acres each in the west by fee simple. They could pass this land on to their descendants, but could only sell it to someone else with the approval of the president. The descendants of Cherokee Boy, who had been granted 640 acres in the Treaty of St. Mary's, were allowed to sell 480 acres of the original tract if the president approved. The Walker family would receive $3,000 for damages caused by the British to the farm of William Walker Sr. in the Michigan Territory during the War of 1812. His sons William and Joel would each receive $250 for acting as interpreters during treaty negotiations. Even Walpole would receive money owed to him, and would be paid $150 for traveling to Washington, in 1839 to inform President Van Buren that the Wyandot wanted to move west. After every account had been settled, Francis Hicks, the current head chief, signed his name under the signature of John Johnston, while his 6 counselors James Washington, Squindetty, Henry Jacques, Touron, George Armstrong, and Squire Grey Eyes made their marks below his name on the treaty that officially removed their people from Ohio. 42. In a strange coincidence, renowned British author Charles Dickens was on a tour of the United States and arrived in Upper Sandusky one day after the Wyandot had voted to go west. He was on his way by stagecoach from Cincinnati to Sandusky, where he would board a lake steamer for Buffalo on his return trip to England. Dickens was impressed with the beautiful Ohio countryside, but unimpressed with most of the Americans he met along the way. He found accommodations at the Overland Inn, where he stayed for the night, less than desirable. When he tried to order a brandy for a friend who was traveling with him, he was told no one could sell liquor on an Indian reserve. The legislature had banned the sale of spirits to the Indians by tavern keepers, Dickens later explained in his work American Notes, 1842, adding snidely that the precaution is quite inefficacious for the Indians never fail to procure liquor of a worse kind at a dearer price from traveling peddlers. But Dickens's opinion of Americans changed for the better when he met Colonel Johnston, whom he described as a mild old gentleman. Johnston explained that he had concluded a treaty with the Wyandot who lived in this village to move just a little way beyond St. Louis. He described exactly how the vote was taken, with the ayes moving to one side of the council house and the nays to the other. Johnston said he had been through this process many times before with other tribes, and that the experience was always a sad one. The Indians were deeply attached to the land of their fathers, and leaving their homeland would be difficult, but they had voted to go west, and so they would. Dickens could not understand how the Wyandot who wanted to remain in Ohio could accept this decision so cheerfully. When he boarded the overland stage and headed out of Upper Sandusky, he looked with pity at the poor Indians riding on their shaggy ponies. They seemed a restless and wandering people, just like the gypsies he knew in England. Dickens left never knowing that the orderly farms that he admired everywhere in Upper Sandusky belonged to these wild people and would soon be for sale. 43. Dickens also did not understand that the Wyandot were one people and meant to stay that way, whether in Ohio or Kansas, and that they had added a provision to their removal treaty to make certain they remained together. The treaty promised that every Wyandot who migrated west would be guaranteed the benefits of tribal citizenship and government annuities. If anyone refused to relocate to Kansas, or left once the tribe arrived there, they would no longer be a Wyandot or enjoy the tribe's annuities. 44 Since neither the state of Ohio nor the United States had offered citizenship, and the protection that citizenship gave under the law, the Wyandot would only have a legal standing if they remained a tribe. Any Wyandot who stayed behind in Ohio would be a person without a country. A handful of Wyandot told the chiefs they would never leave, preferring to spend the remainder of their lives wandering the river valleys between Upper Sandusky and Columbus, but most readied themselves for Kansas. As the Wyandot planned for their future in the West, John Johnston notified Commissioner Crawford that he had won a treaty with the tribe. He apologized for ignoring explicit instructions from the Secretary of War, but he did what he had to do to secure an agreement. He was proud that he had overcome the resistance of whites living on the Grand Reserve who wanted the tribe to stay in Upper Sandusky. He had also proved wrong state politicians who believed the tribe could never be removed from Ohio. Johnston was relieved when the Office of Indian Affairs congratulated him for his hard work. The Senate quickly approved the treaty, making only one minor change that raised the amount paid for Wyandot debts from $10,000 to $23,860. Since the Wyandot from Michigan had been unable to attend the negotiations in Upper Sandusky, due to high water and flooding in the late winter of 1842, the Senate amended the treaty to include the purchase of their land along the Huron River. A relieved Colonel Johnston headed on a 267-mile journey across the state attempting to determine exactly how much the Wyandot owed to various people. He discovered that the hard-working Ohioans, the kind of people who would soon buy the Grand Reserve once it was surveyed and opened for settlement, were not always honest. As he complained to Crawford, trying to find out exactly what the Wyandot owed and to whom was a most perplexing affair. The final list of individuals to whom the Wyandot owed money ran 11 pages long. The people on the list claimed the tribe owed them over $30,000, but Johnston concluded the actual amount was closer to $24,000.45. After estimating the tribe's debt, Johnston had no further dealings with the Wyandot. Unlike the other tribes who had left Ohio, the Wyandot took total control of the removal process. Their chiefs planned to use the $10,000 they had received in the treaty to pay for the journey west. While the government would oversee the sale of their improvements, that is, houses, fields, and orchards, there would be no superintendent, dispersing agent, or conductor and assistant conductors on this trip. Instead, the chiefs, led by Henry Jacques and his 6 counselors, would organize their people, prepare wagons for the journey to Cincinnati, and pay for steamboat passage to Missouri. From there they would hire more wagons to take the tribe to Kansas. The Wyandot would sell much of their personal property, including furniture, livestock, and farm equipment. But they would not leave their horses behind or sell them at the docks in Dayton like the Seneca did in 1831. Instead, Matthew Walker, a brother of William Walker Jr., would select several responsible young men who would help him take the tribe's horses and ponies from Upper Sandusky to Cincinnati and then overland to Kansas. 46. For the chiefs, whether they had been for removal or against it, there was no turning back. They decided to take at least 1 year to prepare their people to move west. They hoped to leave in June 1843, but when they were delayed because they had so much personal property to sell, they pushed back the target date to July 12. One of their first moves was to hire another blacksmith and set up an extra shop for him to outfit their wagons and horses. They next welcomed 55 members of their tribe from the Huron River Valley in Michigan and another 30 Wyandot who came south from Canada to join the migration to Kansas. The chiefs prepared a muster roll in order to have an exact count of the families heading west. On the final roll, prepared in July 1843, they listed a total of 664 people, including 609 individuals from Ohio, along with the Wyandot from Michigan and Canada. There were 144 heads of households, who matched almost exactly the list of property owners at Upper Sandusky that government surveyors would prepare in 1844 before opening the Grand Reserve for sale and settlement. 47. The roll also revealed that the Wyandot who would travel west were very young. Only 20 people were over 50, while 150 were children under 10. There were many notable figures from the nation's long battle over removal on the list. One of them was Warpole, now close to 70, who would finally go west with his people to Kansas. Jonathan Pointer, the black man who had been Tarhi the Crane's servant and a supporter of the Methodist missionaries in Upper Sandusky, was also ready to leave. But there were many others who had figured prominently in the tribe's long history in Ohio who were not on the muster roll. One of them was Catherine Rankin Walker. Now 72, she decided to stay on the Grand Reserve, where she died in 1844. She was buried near the grave of her husband, who had died 20 years earlier, in the old Indian cemetery, not far from the Wyandot Council House. But Mononkeau, an early convert to Christianity who had long opposed removal, would be heading with his own family to Kansas, as would the woman once married to Tarhi the Crane and Between the Logs. Now a widow for the 3rd time with the new name of Sally Frost, she would head west alone, and so would another prominent widow, Mary Sumyandiwat, and her 2 young children. All the leading half-breed families, as James Gardner and John Johnston referred to them, like the Walkers, Armstrongs, and Zanes, descendants of the Wyandot and their white captives, were on the muster roll. Whites who had intermarried with the Wyandot once peace came to the frontier also readied their families for the trip to Kansas. George Garrett, who had married into the Walker clan, sold his interest in the Overland Inn, while Lucy Bigelow, the daughter of Methodist missionaries and who was married to John Armstrong, loaded her children onto the prize buggy her husband had built for her and waited to start on the long trek west. 48. The preparations for removal among the Wyandot, whether they were young or old, full-bloods or half-bloods, supporters or opponents of removal, were so calm that Purdy McKelvin, the son of John McKelvin and the tribe's last subagent, could only comment on the wonder of it all in his letters to the Office of Indian Affairs. Remarkably, just as Charles Dickens had first noted, they were ready to go cheerfully. 49. But despite their outward calm, the Wyandot were troubled by several things as they prepared for their journey. Much of the new equipment they wanted to take with them, including wagons and heavy iron plows, would not be ready until after the tribe left Upper Sandusky. They would have to be stored at McKelvin's agency until the following spring, when Joel Walker would bring them west. The Wyandot also worried that at least 50 people, members from 8 to 10 families, were too sick to make the long trip. Hopefully they would be strong enough to head west with Joel Walker's wagon train next spring. The chiefs were also troubled by the many whites who came onto Cherokee Boys' land to chop down trees. This section had been specifically designated for sale by his heirs. McKelvin finally had to step in and threaten to prosecute anyone who stole lumber from them. 50. Another worry came over obtaining the payment for the tribe's many improvements. The men hired to evaluate them estimated they were worth more than $122,000. The Wyandot would not receive this money until they were settled in Kansas. An even more significant problem was that the tribe still had no definite place to live once they crossed the Mississippi River. The Shawnee had promised to sell them a part of their reserve south of the Kansas River, but in the spring of 1843, just as the Wyandot were making final preparations to depart, they decided against the sale. The Wyandot chiefs were furious, remembering that a century earlier their tribe had spread the deer skin and invited the wandering Shawnee to settle in Ohio. They hoped that the Delaware would still be willing to sell them land when they arrived in Kansas. In order to scout out the best place, the chiefs sent an exploring party ahead of them in May 1843, consisting of Silas Armstrong, George Clark, and their families, as well as Jane Tillis, a young woman who had been raised by the Armstrongs. They instructed Armstrong to set up a store for the Wyandot as soon as he arrived in Westport, Missouri, to ensure goods were immediately available when they arrived. The exploring party reported back that the best place to settle was at the juncture of the Kansas and Missouri rivers. 51. In the days immediately preceding the Wyandot's departure, the chiefs often gathered with their people in the council house, which would soon serve as the first Wyandot County courthouse, making last-minute preparations for the trip. People also attended the mission church to pray and hold services. In one of their last acts before leaving Ohio, the Wyandot moved the remains of Chief Sumyundiwat and the black preacher John Stewart to the cemetery next to the mission. They placed stone markers over their graves. Then the Wyandot and many of their white neighbors crowded into the church to hear Reverend James Wheeler preach for the last time before he left with the tribe for Kansas. Then they listened to Squire Gray Eyes, who gave the final sermon. He would be heading west with his family, including his daughter, Margaret. As a little girl, she was taken by her father to the mission school when it first opened, but now she was a married woman who had given birth to 7 children, 2 of whom lay buried in the mission church's cemetery. Finally, on Wednesday morning, July 12, 1843, the Wyandot were ready to leave Ohio. The long wagon train pulled out of Upper Sandusky and headed for Cincinnati down the 8th and final trail of tears from Ohio. Matthew Walker and the young men he had hired rode the tribe's horses and ponies at the rear of the caravan. They would follow their people to Cincinnati before heading west through Indiana and Illinois and joining the main body of the tribe in Missouri. The chiefs calculated that it would take about a week to get to Cincinnati. They headed down the old Indian Trail, which now ran through the frontier village of Marseille, that long ago connected Upper Sandusky to the Shawnee town of Wappatomica. By the end of the first day, they were at Grassy Point, just south of Kenton in Hardin County, and on the next they were in Bellefontaine, once the home of the Shawnee chief Blue Jacket. From there they headed through Urbana, Springfield, Clifton, and Xenia, until after traveling for 6 days they camped just 4 miles north of Cincinnati. The chiefs took another day to arrange travel by steamboat for their people. On July 20th, just 8 days after leaving Upper Sandusky, the Wyandotte boarded the Republic and the Nottoway and headed down the Ohio for Kansas. 52. All along the way, from Upper Sandusky to Cincinnati, people had come out to see the Wyandotte and their long caravan of wagons and horses. Many had never laid eyes on an Indian before. They thought of them as wild children of the forest and could not understand why these people looked so much like themselves. At Bellefontaine, a reporter from the local Logan Gazette saw them pass by on the afternoon of July 13th. He admired their stout hearts as they walked and rode by calmly in the dust and heat. A wave of guilt passed over the writer as he watched the proud red man at last driven off his land by the rapacious cupidity of the white man. He could only offer up a simple prayer for their protection on the long way west. May the Good Spirit guide and protect them. A reporter for the Xenia, Ohio, Torchlight saw them on Sunday, July 16th, as they passed through his town on their way to Cincinnati. The Wyandotte had hoped to stop and rest on the Sabbath, but whiskey traders had come into their camp the night before, and a few Wyandotte who could not resist the temptation had gotten drunk. Fearing the peace of their wagon train would be disrupted if they stayed here any longer, the chiefs led their people farther south down the road through Xenia toward Cincinnati. The reporter for the Torchlight was amazed at the caravan passing before him. By his count there were 625 Wyandotte from Ohio and another 125 from Michigan and Canada. He was impressed with how well dressed the Indians were, like white people, he noted, and how many wagons and horses they had. He counted 80 wagons owned by the tribe and 55 more they had hired to make the trip to the Ohio River. The wagons were loaded with provisions and cooking utensils. There were at least 300 horses and ponies. He was amazed, too, at the parade of fine buggies that went by. Like the reporter in Bellefontaine, he seemed unable to comprehend that the Wyandotte were not wild savages, but wealthy farmers. In his mind, Indians still lived primarily by hunting deep in the forest. How tragic, he wrote, that they must leave their hunting grounds, douse their council fires, and abandon their wigwams. Everyone who saw them should utter a silent prayer to the Great Spirit, asking that they would safely reach their new home in the West. 53. In Cincinnati, where they remained for 2 days, newspapers reported that the trip was taking its toll on the Wyandotte. A woman who had become sick in the extreme heat had died and was buried just outside the city. Chief John Hicks, a fine-looking fellow, had gotten so drunk that he fell into the Ohio River. Although the paper reported the chief had drowned, he was instead rescued and would arrive safely in Kansas. A more sympathetic observer, Jacob Burnett, caught sight of the Wyandotte as they boarded 2 steamboats for the West. As a justice on the Ohio Supreme Court, he had restored the land taken from the Seneca Nimble-Jemmy. Later, as an Ohio senator, he had voted against the Indian Removal Bill, but now he could only stand by as the final catastrophe for this noble race unfolded before him. Along with many of the people of Cincinnati, he saw the Wyandotte board the boats that would take them out of Ohio forever. Burnett was heartsick as he watched the tribe bravely face this hopeless banishment. He noticed that the Wyandotte, on the Republic and the Nottoway, seemed to linger for a moment and look back to the north as if saying one last farewell to their beloved homeland. He imagined they were saying goodbye to the graves of their children and the tombs of their ancestors. How terrible for the tribe to leave the place of their birth and the country of their fathers only to head into an unknown future. 54. The Wyandotte said 2 farewells to Ohio, one quite formal, and one more heartfelt. After the tribe arrived in Urbana, their head chief, Henry Jacques, headed for Columbus to meet with Governor Wilson Shannon. He went, in part, to ask that a young Wyandotte man in the state penitentiary be released in order to go west with his tribe. But he also went to offer an official goodbye to the people of Ohio on behalf of the Wyandotte. He reminded everyone that his tribe had been at peace with the Americans since 1795, when they signed the treaty with General Wayne at Fort Greenville. From then on, even though the Wyandot had been surrounded by white people, there was never any conflict between them. If settlers in the far west asked them what the people in Ohio were like, Jacques said he would tell them that they were kind, faithful, and honest. If anyone from Ohio visited the new Wyandot country across the Mississippi, the chief promised that they would be welcomed. Echoing the words of Jesus, he said if they were hungry, they would be fed. If they were thirsty, they would receive drink. If they were naked, they would be clothed. If they were sick, they would be healed. The chain of peace and friendship between the Wyandot and the citizens of Ohio would never be broken. 55. The tribe gave a more personal farewell at North Bend, just down the river from Cincinnati, as they passed the tomb of William Henry Harrison. He had died a few days after his administration appointed John Johnston to remove the Wyandot from Ohio. The tribe did not hold their removal against Harrison, but rather loved him as their white chief. Many of the men had served with Old Tippecanoe during the War of 1812, right up to the Battle of the Thames River. Harrison's tomb on his family's farm sat high on a bluff overlooking the Ohio. As the Wyandot approached this hallowed ground, Henry Jacques asked the steamboat captain to have the big gun loaded. Then he and the men who served with General Harrison climbed up to the highest deck of the ship and faced his resting place. As they passed, the cannon boomed, and the Wyandot men took off their hats and waved them in the air toward Harrison's grave. Henry Jacques stepped forward and shouted, "Farewell, Ohio, and her brave 56. All went smoothly until the Wyandot arrived in Louisville, where the chiefs made the first payment for their people's fare west. They planned to make the next one at St. Louis, and the last installment at Lexington, Missouri, near their final destination. But as soon as they handed their money to the captain of the Nottoway, he let them know that he did not like traveling with Indians. There had been no problems since leaving Cincinnati, except for trouble with the prisoner that Henry Jacques had gotten out of the state penitentiary. He was an angry young man who shouted insults at the other passengers. The chief silenced him by keeping him chained up throughout the rest of the trip, but this was not enough for the captain. For some reason that he never explained, he decided to take up all the carpets from his boat and store them away until he had deposited the Wyandot in Missouri. On July 28, when the Nottoway was close to its final destination of Westport, the captain ordered the tribe off his ship. Local residents told him there was only one house nearby, and that he should let the Wyandot stay on board for the night. But he refused, saying that he had to get to St. Joseph by nightfall. Without tents or any kind of covering, the Wyandot had to huddle together throughout the night. When they woke up on the following morning, they saw the Nottoway still docked nearby on the Missouri River. The captain had spent the night ordering his crew to take the carpets out of storage and lay them down throughout his boat now that the Indians were gone. Many Wyandot would take some comfort a year later when they learned that the Nottoway was wrecked beyond repair. 57. Just 2 days later, the rest of the Wyandot arrived on the Republic. Their horses were still in Illinois and would not join them for several weeks. The chiefs hired wagons to transport their people and goods to the site picked out by the advance party sent ahead in May. The U.S. Army had planned to build a major fort on this strip of land, measuring 3 sections, at the juncture of the Kansas and Missouri rivers. But when Colonel Henry Leavenworth saw the spot chosen for the post, he refused to build it there, saying the land was too low. Since a fort should be on high ground, he picked a location farther up the Missouri River for Fort Leavenworth. The Wyandot went to work building temporary homes on the abandoned site. In October, they moved west to 36 sections that adjoined this original tract. They officially purchased all 39 sections from the Delaware in December. The Wyandot agreed to pay the Delaware $46,080 for the 24,960 acres in installments. They would pay $6,080 in 1844, and then $4,000 annually for the next 10 years. The two tribes also agreed that the president would have to approve this transaction, which must then be duly recorded by the War Department. 58. On their new reserve, the Wyandot did their best to restore their tribal life. Their capital, Wyandot, would eventually become part of Kansas City, Kansas. Overnight they built log cabins, turned over the soil and planted corn, beans, and potatoes, and laid out roads to link their farms together. At their new store in Westport, just as in Upper Sandusky, the Wyandot could buy whatever goods they needed at reasonable prices. But they were even more interested in using their tribe's resources to build a church and a school. When whiskey traders descended on the Wyandot, as the first exploring party to the west had feared, the tribe responded by founding a temperance society and building another school. Even with these successes, the toll that removal had taken on the Wyandot was heavy. Within the first year of arriving in Kansas, more than 60 people died, and their numbers were down to 565 just a short while later. Yet many Wyandot remembered this time in Kansas as their tribe's halcyon days. 59. But others never quite got over the heartbreak of leaving Ohio. William Walker Jr. was one of them. He tried to describe what it was like for his people to move out onto the grassy plains, where the horizon was endless. Like Moses in the land of Midian, he explained, we were strangers in a strange land. Years later, after so many Wyandot, including Warpole, Sally Frost, Squire Gray Eyes, and Walker's 2 wives and all of his children, lay buried in graves under the boomtown of Kansas City, he wrote of his sadness. Now I stand like a blasted oak in a desert, he said, its top shivered by a bolt hurled from the armory of Jove. Despite the success that came to many of his people, and the honors that he received, he never fully recovered from the trauma of moving west. His people were convinced that when he died in 1874 it was from a broken heart. While he left behind another poem about his tribe's new settlement in Kansas, he could easily have been remembering Ohio and all the tribes that had come from there down so many trails of tears to the far west. Sweet vale of Wyandot, how calm could I rest? In thy bosom of shade with friends I love best. When the storms which we felt in this cold world shall cease, our hearts like thy waters shall mingle in peace. 60. Epilogue. A last goodbye. In Ohio today the effect of the removal of the tribes is readily apparent, for their names are everywhere, but they themselves are nowhere. Perhaps this is why the question could it have been otherwise, still haunts us. Maybe the better question to ask is, should it have been otherwise? Looking back to the years immediately following the end of the War of 1812, many said yes. The British at Ghent tried and failed to win a permanent homeland for the tribes. But even by trying, they showed they believed that the sad tale of the removal of the tribes was not inevitable. By demanding the inclusion of Article 9 in the final treaty, they meant to put an end to the conflict that had bloodied the North American continent for centuries. The implication was clear. If everyone lived in peace with everyone else, then surely a compromise on how to share the remaining land and so live side by side with one another could be reached. The chiefs who signed the many treaties to remove their tribes to smaller pieces of ground within their old homeland certainly agreed. On their reserves, particularly those of the Seneca, Shawnee, and Wyandot, they would make the transition to a new economy, while at the same time retaining their own identity as tribes. The missionaries who came west to Ohio to help the tribes make the transition proved by the simple actions of their daily lives that removal to the far west was not necessary, and in fact was immoral. When the final drive to remove the Indians across the Mississippi River came in 1830, many Ohioans, including the state's 2 senators and most of its representatives, tried to prevent it. Perhaps the 62 ladies of Steubenville best expressed the belief that it should have been otherwise when they petitioned the Congress to halt the removal of the tribes. We solemnly and honestly appeal, to save this remnant of a much injured people from annihilation, to shield our country from the curses denounced on the cruel and ungrateful, and to shelter the American character from lasting dishonor. 1. But even if we regret the removal today, we must honestly admit that there were many people who believed it should not be otherwise. First and foremost in this group was the prophet, who spent much of his life fighting assimilation with the whites. He was joined by Colonel Lewis, who believed that Tecumseh's dream for a permanent Indian homeland still had a chance to be realized across the Mississippi River. Even tribes that appeared on the surface to be fully assimilated, like the Seneca of Sandusky, were anxious to head west, thus keeping themselves from being swallowed up by the Americans. 2 Territorial governors, like Lewis Cass and William Clark, along with Indian agents, like John Johnston, saw the damaging effects of the collision of the tribes and the whites, especially the tragedy of alcoholism, and joined in the chorus of those who thought the Indians should be moved west for their own good and survival. Politicians, beginning with President James Monroe and his Secretary of War, John C. Calhoun, and culminating with President Andrew Jackson, agreed. Anxious settlers who watched as land ran out in the northwest corner of Ohio, and some of the politicians who represented them, like Governor Robert Lucas, demanded that the last of the tribes must go. Whether they left willingly or unwillingly, Ohio's tribes did not find the permanent refuge they were promised in the West. Instead, the Americans who had pushed them into an unwanted country coveted the place within a decade of the parting of the Wyandot, the last Indians to leave Ohio. William Walker's warning of the trouble that the tribes would face across the Mississippi River came true with a vengeance. Kansas turned bloody within a dozen years of the arrival of the Wyandot, as the region was swept up in the fight over slavery. Even before the Kansas-Nebraska Act had officially opened the country to settlement, and ultimately to the strife that led to the Civil War, wagon trains were already making their way through the reserves of the emigrant tribes, as the Eastern Indians were now called. In 1843, the year that the Wyandot left the Grand Reserve, another great migration, like the one that brought people to Ohio nearly 30 years before, occurred west of the Mississippi. Thousands of Americans made their way to the Pacific Northwest along the Oregon Trail, which ran through the northeastern corner of Kansas. After gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill in California in 1848, prospectors headed down the Santa Fe Trail, which also ran directly through Kansas. Even worse, countless squatters, town boosters, and railroad men overran the new Indian reserves as the next step on their march westward. Less than 5 years after gold rush fever first swept through the United States, the Congress in Washington, under great pressure from railroad companies especially, authorized President Franklin Pierce to negotiate treaties with the emigrant tribes to allow Americans to settle on their reserves. At first the government did not plan to remove the Indians completely from Kansas. Instead, just as had occurred after the War of 1812, the tribes would be urged to surrender most of their land in exchange for smaller pieces of ground in Kansas, now called diminishing reserves, a slight increase in annuities, and the assignment of trust lands that the government would manage and sell to provide future income for the Indians. George Mennypenny, appointed Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1853, was charged with writing the treaties. During his 4 years in office, he negotiated the surrender of nearly 18 million acres of land from the Delaware, Shawnee, and 10 other tribes in the territory. He also wrote a treaty in 1855 with the Wyandot, who accepted American citizenship and individual plats of land in exchange for most of their remaining reserve in Kansas. After all the treaties were negotiated, the holdings of the tribes had been reduced to only 1,342,000 acres. 3. Although the Mennypenny treaties, as they are known, opened the way for the implementation of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs was not happy with the result. He was troubled by the attitudes of both his fellow citizens and the Indians during the negotiations. Without so much as a glance backward, the Americans took most of the reserves that had been promised to the eastern tribes just 20 years before. The Indians, torn apart by rivalries within their own tribes, divided themselves over the issue of slavery, and, misled by land speculators and railroad officials, signed away their land without a fight. In the end, Mennypenny judged the entire process a crime for which the whole country suffered a penalty. By taking most of Kansas away from the Indians and opening the territory to American settlers, including free soilers from the north and border ruffians from the south, he said the seed was sown which bore fruit and resulted in our Civil War. 4. After Commissioner Manypenny left office in 1857, the press of railroad companies for every bit of remaining Indian land grew even more relentless. Rival companies competed for tracts for their chosen routes, along with land on either side of their railroads, to sell to farmers. Squatters continued to settle on the surviving Indian reserves, and no civil authority, whether local or national, was able to stop them. In 1860 the Delaware, following the example of the Wyandot, gave up most of what was left of their land in Kansas. They sold 224,000 acres in exchange for 80-acre allotments given to every member of the tribe. In 1862 the Ottawa made a similar deal, which granted individual plots of land and American citizenship to tribal members, plus 20,000 acres of land for a university. The Kansas, along with bands of the Sac and Fox, both from Missouri and Mississippi, also sold hundreds of thousands of acres to railroad companies. In March 1863, Congress authorized President Abraham Lincoln, who had led the fight to open the Western Plains for settlement, to obtain the remaining land still held by Indians in Kansas. Lincoln's only worry was where to put the remnants of eastern tribes that might want to retain their tribal identity after selling off their reserves. He decided they would have to go onto the reserves of the Shawnee and Seneca from Ohio, who had settled in the part of Indian Territory that is now northeastern Oklahoma. Once the South had been defeated in the Civil War, the government decided that Indians from Kansas could also be granted land taken from the Cherokee and the other southern tribes in Oklahoma, ostensibly as punishment for their support for the Confederacy. Between 1863 and 1873, most of the tribes that still held land in Kansas, including all the Indians who had come west from Ohio, sold their remaining lands to the United States. Tribes splintered as many individuals accepted allotments and American citizenship in Kansas, while others crowded onto tiny reserves plotted out for them in Oklahoma. Only the Kickapoo, Chippewa, Munsee, Prairie Potawatomi, and Sac and Fox of Missouri retained small tribal holdings in Kansas. In 1887, just 14 years after the Miami, the last tribe to leave Kansas, concluded a treaty with the government. The tribes lost most of their remaining land in Oklahoma with the passage of the Dawes-Severaltey Act. In exchange for giving up their tribal land, heads of households received 160 acres, single adults and orphans 18 and older received 80 acres, and children under 18 received 40 acres, all still measured out in accordance with the Land Ordinance of 1785.5. As the tribes struggled to make a life for themselves, both in Kansas and Oklahoma, from the 1840s to the 1870s, Ohioans were swept up in waves of nostalgia over the passing of the Indians from their state. Many looked back with regret at all that the tribes had suffered during the process. Local newspapers ran stories and poems about pioneer life in general, and the departed Indians in particular, both of which had passed from view so quickly. One of the most popular poems, often copied in local and county histories written in the late 19th century, was entitled The Wyandot Farewell. The poem appeared originally in an 1845 edition of Upper Sandusky's Democratic Pioneer, a newspaper that was the first business to set up shop in the abandoned council house of the Wyandot. The anonymous poem had actually been written by James Rankin Jr., the younger brother of Catherine Walker, who 2 years before had moved with his people from Ohio to Kansas. In his poem, Rankin tried to capture something of what the Wyandot had felt as they faced the prospect of heading west. He also conveyed a keen sense of the passage of time that had affected them so dramatically. While Ohioans were touched by Rankin's anonymous poem, they were troubled by the final sermon given in the Wyandot Mission Church. They printed the words that Squire Gray Eyes had spoken just before he headed west in their local histories. The chief had seen no need for regret as he made ready to follow his tribe to their new home across the Mississippi River. He believed that everything happening to his people occurred merely in time, that there was a better world in eternity. Before he left for Kansas in the summer of 1843, He reminded his fellow Ohioans that every piece of ground for which they had fought so long and so relentlessly would someday pass away. It is but a little time for us till we leave our earthly home for a better country, that of a heavenly home, for here we are no continuing city, but we seek one that is to come, whose builder and maker is God. 7. Things had happened so quickly for the Wyandot and the other Ohio tribes. Only 30 years separated the death of Tecumseh from the departure of the last Indian for Kansas. In less than a lifetime, the tribes had seen the boundary between themselves and the Americans give way and surround them as the borders of their township reserves. Here they were expected almost overnight to become successful farmers. While most of them accomplished that task in less than a decade, it was still not quick enough. Many Americans, but not all of them, had to have every acre of every section of every township in Ohio right away, and so the Indians must go west. But once the tribes headed to Kansas and Oklahoma, they were swept up in another 30-year cycle that saw their new reserves sold out from under them. In the rush toward the future, no one bothered any more to debate how far the Indians had come down the road toward the white man's civilization. There was no time for that, as the once limitless supply of land on this huge continent finally ran out. Just as the first story of the removal of Ohio's tribes was forgotten against the mythic struggle of Andrew Jackson and the Cherokee, so the second tale of the loss of tribal lands in Kansas disappeared completely from the wider American narratives of the opening of the Great Plains, the Civil War, the battle to end slavery, and the final defeat of the Plains Indians. To this day, the only tribes that most Americans know, including the Cherokee of Georgia, are the ones who put up the last fight against the United States, like the Sioux, the Cheyenne, and the Apache, and who entered the American consciousness through westerns in literature and films and on television. Historians H. Craig Miller and William E. Unruh, authors of one of the best studies of the removal of the tribes from Kansas, were troubled about how the second removal could have happened so quickly, why no one rose up to stop it, and how the story can be totally forgotten today. In the conclusion to The End of Indian Kansas, 1977, they, too, asked the question posed by this epilogue. Could it have been different? Must it have happened this way? Acknowledging that one of the lessons of history is that nothing is inevitable, they could only conclude that human nature being what it is, the rights of minority cultures are often trampled by the majority. 8. Still, amid the rapid fire of Indian reserves giving way to bloody Kansas, the Civil War, and then to a patchwork of towns, farms, and railroads, all filled with descendants of the nation's first pioneers heading west, Confederates and freedmen coming up from the ruined South, and recent immigrants arriving from the fading empires of Europe, Miller and Unruh ask why someone in some place and at some time could not have found a better solution to whatever challenges existed, other than removal. Even though an answer was never found, they concluded that this does not prevent the modern student from joining those who, at the time, hoped that leadership somewhere would rise above the level of common expectation to bring about one of those surprising reversals that fill human history with hope. 9. There have been many attempts in the last century to rectify some of the misery caused by the removal of the tribes, first from the east and then from the west. In 1924, Congress awarded American citizenship to every Indian living in the United States who still did not have it. A decade later, the administration of President Franklin D. Roosevelt took an even more dramatic step with the passing of the Indian Reorganization Act, which allowed tribes to reform once again and purchase communal land for tribal use. In 1946, during Harry Truman's presidency, the Indian Claims Commission was established, which gave tribes the right to petition the government for money owed for past land sales and for broken treaties. But while these laws helped lead to a rebirth of tribal identity, including the return of millions of dollars to descendants of Indians who suffered mightily, especially in the early 19th century, a deep wound in the consciousness of the tribes and the nation still exists. No amount of government programs on tribal reserves, whether part of the New Frontier or the Great Society, nor any amount of money collected through federally regulated gaming in tribal casinos, seems able to heal these memories and so make things right at last. In his beautiful book Violence Over the Land, 2008, which is both a history of Indians in the early American West and a personal memoir of his people, the Shoshone. Historian Ned Blackhawk argues that remembering Indian history takes place against a larger struggle, a contest for reconciliation. Much like a troubled family that has been bereft by tragedy, the United States has been unable or unwilling to confront its past. Blackhawk concludes that the many strands describing what the tribes suffered, which up until now have not been equally shared or appropriately recognized, must be woven into the fabric of the Epic of America 10. Yet what makes American history so challenging to write is not merely the fact that the stories of so many people have been forgotten. Even when all the threads of the past, drawn out against the passage of time, are woven together, tragedy remains. The suffering of a group of people, like the Delaware, Seneca, Shawnee, Ottawa, and Wyandot, often gives rise to the triumph of another, like the millions of farmers, townspeople, factory workers, immigrants, and city dwellers who filled up the land in Ohio left behind by the tribes. Until we have figured out a way for all Americans to live side by side, fulfilling personal dreams for a better future but never at the expense of someone else's life, we will be left wondering with Squire Gray Eyes, whose remains lie buried in the Indian Cemetery in Kansas City, if the consequences of the immense tragedies we bring into the lives of one another will ever be resolved in time or eternity. 11.